Welcome to the September 7, 2022 meeting of the Arlington County Planning Commission. My name is Daniel Weir. I'm the chair of the commission. Tonight, the commission will consider adoption of the Courthouse West Special General Land Use Study document. The commission will consider amendments to its bylaws and operating policies to facilitate options for hybrid participation at certain subcommittee meetings, as well as conduct other commission business, such as committee reports and adopting minutes. I'd like to share a few logistical points for those members and commissioners who will be participating remotely this evening. Tonight's meeting is available as a broadcast with closed captioning on Comcast Xfinity channels 25 and 1085. I assume that's still correct, as well as Verizon Fios channels 39 and 40 in the county website. Audio of tonight's meeting is available via phone. Commissioners, presenters, members of the public, or speakers who would lose internet connectivity and who are participating remotely and lose internet connectivity, please reconnect by phone. You can use the phone number provided in the team's invite. And registered speakers have received the clerk's telephone number and their speaker registration confirmation. For other presenters and speakers joining us through Microsoft Teams, please keep your phones and devices muted until called upon. I'm going to skip the next few bullets because after the last 2.5 years, we should all know how to use Teams by now. But pre-registration was required, and we are not able to accommodate additional speakers. And a public comment on the item will take place within the same timeframes as we would provide, as we have been providing. Speakers will have 3 minutes to comment on individuals, and 5 minutes to speak if representing an organization. We will have a timer available up front. For those who are observing or participating through Teams, we do not see the meeting chat at all, those of us who are here, which is an additional emphasis to what we have said in past virtual meetings, to note that please don't use it for discussion, public comment, questions about agenda items, requests for more information, etc. Public comment, when we get to it, will be shared verbally for the record during the assigned public testimony period. And lastly, tonight's meeting will be recorded and posted to the county website, and all information associated with it, whether written or spoken, is subject to the Virginia Freedom of Information Act. I am going to take the additional privilege of noting how happy I am to be back and seeing people's faces. The room and building is looking great to anyone here who's involved in that, so thank you. And I think with that, Madam Clerk, are we ready to call the first item?
Yes, thank you. Our first item is the consideration of the following actions pertaining to the Courthouse West Special General Land Use Plan Study. To adopt this plan study, I'm just going to, abbreviate. 1A is the adoption of the Courthouse West Special General Land Use Plan Study document, and 1B is a GLUP amendment from service commercial to medium office apartment hotel for the area located on the block bounded by Wilson Boulevard, North Cleveland Street, Clarendon Boulevard, and North Danville Street. We have Timothy Murphy, our planning staff, to present this item this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Murphy. And for everyone's confirmation, we've agreed that the staff presentation will have 15 minutes. And this is a long-range plan, general land use plan project. So it technically is not an applicant, but we will have an anticipated applicant here to speak as the applicant for 10 minutes when we get to that portion. So, Mr. Murphy.
Thank you very much. So good evening. Again, my name is Tim Murphy, and I'm a principal planner with Arlington's Planning Division. And I'm joined tonight by their staff from the Department of Community Planning, Housing and Development, the Department of Environmental Services, and the Department of Parks and Recreation. And this item is related to the Courthouse West General Land Use Plan Study. In July, the Planning Commission recommended advertisement of public hearings on a draft study document, which contains guiding principles and recommendations to guide future development in the study area, and a future GLUP amendment from service commercial to medium office apartment hotel to accompany public hearings on a future site plan and rezoning. Tonight's presentation focuses on the potential adoption of the draft study document. So this presentation will provide an overview of the Courthouse West study, an overview of the draft study document with a focus on the building height recommendations, a recap of the July 2022 County Board meeting, and the next steps for the study. First, the presentation will briefly review the background. The study area is located at the western edge of the Courthouse Metro Station area and is within a quarter-mile radius of the Courthouse Metro Station. The area is located on a block bounded by Wilson Boulevard to the north, North Cleveland Street to the east, Clarendon Boulevard to the south, and North Danville Street to the west. The study area possesses a GLUP designation of service commercial, and the applicant requested a GLUP amendment from service commercial to high office apartment hotel. At its July meeting, the county board authorized advertisement of public hearings on a future GLUP amendment from service commercial to medium office apartment hotel. Like previous special GLUP studies, this study was led by an interdepartmental team of staff and conducted via a review process with the LRPC. For this study, the LRPC consisted of members of the Planning Commission, representatives of the Park and Recreation Commission and Transportation Commission, and representatives of the Clarendon Courthouse Civic Association and the Lion Village Citizens Association. In addition, the applicant and the other private property owner on the block in the study area participated in the LRPC process. Through 2 online feedback opportunities and 2 LRPC meetings, staff participated in discussion and received feedback from the LRPC and the community on draft guiding principles and modeling scenarios that led to refinements and to the preliminary staff recommendations. Following the request to advertise in July, staff held a virtual open house last week to provide an additional opportunity for community members to receive an overview of the study and recommendations and to engage in Q&A with staff. During the study, equity was a key consideration in the development of the draft recommendations with the intent to support accessibility and inclusion within the study area. The next section of this presentation provides an overview of the draft guiding principles and recommendations in the study document with a focus on the building height recommendations. This slide summarizes the draft guiding principles and in bold italics, their relationship to the different elements in the draft study document. The principles provide high-level goals for the study area and are intended to guide future redevelopment of the area. The initial set of draft guiding principles were based on adopted county guidance, including the GLUP's development and growth goals. And they were shared at the initial online engagement session, and these principles were revised during the study process to incorporate feedback from both the LRPC and the community. Feedback throughout the study also informed the development of the recommendations across the 8 different elements: land use and building design, public space, transportation, housing, sustainability, biophilic design, natural resources, and public art. Throughout the study process, feedback on building height and density were major areas for discussion. When staff considered building height and density within the larger context of existing guidance for the Roslyn-Ballston corridor, staff first recognized that the GLUP's development and growth goals provide high-level guidance that speaks to concentrating high-density mixed-use development within metro station areas, along with tapering down to surrounding residential areas. When considering existing plan guidance for building height within the corridor, staff notes that there are areas at the edges of station areas where building heights of 14 or more stories have been envisioned. In Roslyn, at the edges of the Roslyn Sector Plan area, and in Ballston within the North Quincy Street Plan Addendum area. However, unlike the study area, these other areas in Roslyn and Ballston were subject to studies that focused on developing building height guidance for larger geographic areas, in addition to other guidance. From an equity perspective, increasing building heights and density above the existing allowable building height of 45 feet in the study area would result in an increase in housing opportunities in an accessible area close to services and amenities. The additional dwelling units could result in new opportunities for residents who are currently unable to find housing in the area, including people of color and people of lower socioeconomic status. Increased building height and density could also be experienced by existing users and residents of the surrounding area differently. Some users may desire to preserve access to light, air, and views, while others may desire having additional neighbors and the benefits that they and the new development bring to the area. When considering potential massing in the study area, staff observed that a building with heights of 15 and 16 stories near the center of the study area could project shadows onto nearby residential areas to the north. Staff also notes in the draft staff report that if the block of existing commercial buildings on the north side of Wilson Boulevard were to redevelop under its existing zoning up to 45 feet, that development, depending on site layout and the building design, could also generate shadows that project onto lower density residential properties north of Wilson Boulevard. This slide displays section diagrams of the 12-story illustrative modeling reflecting the recommendations in the study document, a 16-story development scenario, and the 6-story preliminary massing scenario that was shared and reviewed with the community and the LRPC during the study. The comparison of the three models when looking toward Clarendon shows how the different scenarios interact with the existing skyline of development. Similarly, this slide displays three section diagrams of the same models looking toward the core of the courthouse area and illustrates how a maximum building height of 6 stories, 12 stories, or 16 stories would interact with the existing development. Staff considers a maximum building height of 12 stories and the corresponding density under that height appropriate for the study area. The proposed guidance in the document recommends a maximum height of 12 stories near the center of the block, tapering down to maximum heights of 4 to 6 stories at the edges of the study area and adjacent to an envisioned public space along Clarendon Boulevard. These building height recommendations considered shadow and view studies of 3D computer modeling, feedback received on height transitions, the proximity of the study area to lower density residential areas, and the importance of achieving harmonious building height and scale transitions, and plan guidance and comparative site plan guidance within the Roslyn-Ballston corridor. Staff also considered the potential precedent of allowing greater building height at the edge of a metro station area, absent a larger comprehensive study to determine where taller building heights might be appropriate within a larger geographic area. The illustrative modeling that's included in the study document and shown here on this slide illustrates one way in which development can occur consistent with the guiding principles in the draft study document recommendations. The modeling shown here could contain approximately 270 dwelling units and 16,000 square feet of ground floor space for commercial uses. The total residential density for the model is approximately 220 units per acre, and the total commercial density is approximately 2.5 FAR. The model's density of 220 units per acre is approximately 90% above 115 units per acre, which is the standard site plan density for residential uses in the zoning district that is typically found with medium office apartment hotel. It's important to note that this additional density above the standard site plan density would need to be earned in consideration of achieving the study document's recommendations. The next section of the presentation will provide a summary of the July meeting of the County Board. At its meeting, the County Board authorized advertisement of public hearings on the adoption of the draft study document and a future GLUP amendment to medium office apartment hotel, which again would occur in the future with public hearings on a site plan application and a rezoning. The board also expanded the scope of the advertisement of the study document to allow for discussion and consideration of a maximum building height of up to 16 stories. This brings us to next steps for this month. After tonight's meeting, staff will return to the County Board for consideration and action on the draft study document. Staff's recommendation is to adopt the Courthouse West Special General Land Use Plan study document with the existing draft maximum building height guidance of up to 12 stories. This concludes staff's presentation, and I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you, Mr. Murphy. I think that Madam Clerk, unless there's anything that I'm forgetting, I think we can go over to Mr. Whitmore. I think we can go over to CRC and Mr. Whitmore, unless there's anything I'm forgetting. Okay, great. It's the August recess. I get a little rusty. Mr. Whitmore, 10 minutes.
It'll actually be Mr. Nolan from CRC.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Can you see my slides?
Not yet. We got them.
Good evening, Planning Commissioners, staff, and other members of the community. Thank you for the opportunity to discuss the special GLUP study for the proposed Courthouse West project from the applicant's perspective. My name is Casey Nolan, and I help lead the local development team for CRC Companies. Thank you to the county staff for its work on the study, and thank you to the community for your participation in LRPC meetings, Planning Commission meetings, and the online engagement opportunities. This evening, I will try to be brief and highlight a few areas that had comments or questions in recent public meetings. While I've introduced our firm and team before, I wanted to share this image of the tenant Clarendon again, which was the first LEED Platinum multifamily building in Arlington and includes both live-work units and some 3- and 4-bedroom apartments. We not only have experience working through the SPRC process in Arlington, but also consolidating parcels into projects mid-design. In this example, we assembled an outlier single-story building and parcel into the project well into the SPRC process. The point has been made that this site is a gap in the RB corridor. If you look along the entire spine of the corridor between the northern and southern major thoroughfares, there are no blocks left that are 95% asphalt and underdeveloped. Courthouse West is a gateway site that can weave Courthouse and Clarendon together. This is a site with significant public infrastructure in place, as mentioned previously. While it is a 5 to 6 minute walk to 2 existing metro stops, the pedestrian commute will become even shorter when a future courthouse metro elevator is constructed 1 block away. This planned infrastructure, which is in the county CIP, will reinforce the spine in the courthouse neighborhood, but can still enable tapering north and south to the existing residential neighborhoods. This aerial image of the block depicts how close a future metro elevator entrance will be. It's about 400 feet from the Courthouse West block. Staff has done an excellent job laying out the planning history of the courthouse neighborhood and why we are going through this special GLUP study. Staff addressed some questions on the purpose of the study and goals in the recent virtual open house. I wanted to also reinforce that this study is not like some prior special GLUP studies in that there is a sector plan in place. This is not an overlooked parcel in the heart of the RB corridor. There's clear guidance on it being in a higher density commercial residential mixed-use district. What the nearly 30-year-old sector plan update did not do was specify a specific zoning category or height for this block. Our interpretation of the intent of the sector plan combined with the attributes of this transit-rich site was that CO was the appropriate category. CO is an FAR cap zoning category with a height cap of 180 feet, which corresponds to 17 to 18 stories. Staff has recommended a medium density category of CO 2.5, which has a unit per acre density cap, and staff has recommended a height cap of 12 stories versus the 16 stories allowed in the zoning category. Our recommendations remove the height cap to enable flexibility in the design during the 4.1 process and achieve more community benefits and more housing in a location that is served by transportation infrastructure, walkable jobs, and numerous amenities. The study document has 7 guiding principles which we support. Among them is tapering of the building massing and designing the site to achieve sunlight and air. While this is schematic in nature, the images on the left depict how a building could be laid out to achieve those guiding principles with open space facing south and residential bars of the building tapered from 16 to 12 stories. We have experienced molding buildings to achieve stakeholder goals, such as the images shown of the Clarendon apartments along Hudson Street, abutting Lyon Village. That project went through the 4.1 process and had tapered massing as well as the iconic archway for pedestrian and vehicular connectivity. We have listened to comments and questions about potential shadow impacts and wanted to share how a tapered building up to 16 stories can mitigate those concerns. The above and below images depict the Courthouse West block with a schematic layout of a building up to 16 stories but tapering to 14 and 12 stories per the prior image. The top images show shadows on the winter solstice with the existing properties north of Wilson Boulevard as is. The bottom images show shadows if the commercial portion of the block north of Wilson were redeveloped by right up to 45 feet in height. In both instances, there are minimal shadows on or north of Franklin. It is worth noting that the commercial property owner also owns the single-family home south of Franklin. In summary, tapering can mitigate potential impacts. We support the public open space that will be a key feature transforming the current sea of asphalt into a place where the neighborhood, retail patrons, and residents can gather. Now more than ever, I think we all appreciate the need for well-designed places outside to gather with family or friends, enjoy outdoor dining, or get work done with a more flexible work lifestyle that many will continue to enjoy. I've shared this schematic ground floor image before. However, I wanted to reiterate that additional traffic study analysis is part of the 4.1 process. We too want a project that is functional and safe for pedestrians, cyclists, and vehicles. I also wanted to provide an update on the public engagement process, which we feel has been both robust and inclusive. Through this process, the county will have held 11 public meetings or online engagements. We, as the applicant, had led over 20 meetings since 2019 with civic associations, neighbors, and community stakeholders. We also stood up an online and community engagement website in 2019 before the pandemic to complement the ongoing process. We look forward to more engagement to make the Courthouse West project the best it can be. As for the schedule, we have much work to do in the 4.1 process before a project can break ground. However, after over 3 years since the GLUP study application was submitted, we feel this study milestone has helped flush out key issues to stakeholders. We respectfully recommend the Planning Commission vote to approve the Courthouse West Special GLUP study with an amendment to remove the height cap recommended by staff. The density and height up to 16 stories will come with significant community benefits. In closing, we thank county staff, the Planning Commission, and community for the time and meaningful dialogue that has occurred and we hope continues. We feel our firm and the Courthouse West project are well positioned to be part of the solution to a regional housing crisis while activating an underutilized transit-rich site in the heart of the Roslyn-Ballston corridor with a sustainable building where people can live, work, shop, and play. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I am going to rewind the clock just a moment. I should have recognized at the outset of our meeting that we anticipate being joined this evening remotely by Commissioner Patel, who is out of town for training purposes and will be joining remotely because of that. And we are not joined this evening by Commissioners Hughes, Gearin, or Steinberger. Wanted to get that on the record before I forgot. So that then being said, Madam Clerk, do we have any public speakers?
Yes, we have 20 speakers.
Okay.
Let me just go on the record as saying, since this is our first in-person meeting since 2.5 years ago, and I've been out, this is my first meeting back in person for a while. Just bear with me. That goes for the people on Teams as well as the people in the room. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And I believe that you have sorted the public speakers into, we'll be doing the virtual speakers and doing the all together and doing the in-person speakers all together. I don't know if that's the order that you're doing them or not.
That is correct. So what I'll do is call on the virtual speakers, the remote speakers for 3 minutes first, the remote speakers for 5 minutes, and then we'll do the in-person 3-minute and 5-minute speakers.
Thank you. That being said then, Madam Clerk, would you please call the first speaker?
Okay. Share my screen. This one.
Hello?
Okay. Hi, Collier. Collier Cook is our first speaker this evening, followed by Melanie Cummings.
Good evening, Mr. Cook.
Good evening, commissioners, and thank you for the opportunity to speak to you all tonight. I'm Collier Cook, a longtime resident of Ballston, and As I've met many of you over the years, you may recall that one of my desires is to get the Ballston sector plan from 1980 updated. Community planning leadership has stated in multiple forums that while this is understood that the sector plan is aged, there are not enough resources to do a comprehensive update of not only that sector plan, but any of the sector plans within the RP corridor. So for the near term, for better or worse, we'll be conducting these piecemeal studies in the corridor. So how do we go forward from here and looking at this subject block? Well, let's start with what the planning documents that have been that are in place and applied to the site. You know, there's been a lot of talk about the bullseye concept for the station areas along the RB corridor. I recall many years ago when researching the history of the Ballston sector plan, reading the now 50-year-old RB 72 study report that established the concept. It established the general guidance that would be incorporated in the respective sector plans. So the bullseye for each station area is dependent on the individual sector plans for that area. And each of those sector plans has evolved over time. So, and that has changed what is considered part of the core of each station area. Those have evolved along with it. So let's talk specifically about Courthouse. The 1981 Courthouse sector plan had specific language that referenced a taper down to not only the residential neighborhoods, but to both the Clarendon and Roslyn station areas. However, the subsequent 1993 Courthouse sector plan amendment removed the references to tapers to the adjoining station areas. This removal of the tapering requirement is very important for you to know. The subject block we're looking at tonight has a part of the 1993 concept plan defined as higher density commercial residential mixed use. This is the exact same district that includes buildings such as Courthouse Towers on North Beach Street that has a large portion of its building height of 18 floors and is a quarter a mile away from the core. Again, this is 18 floors, a quarter a mile away from the core. The subject block is a similar distance. So I hope you consider this in your deliberations tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cook.
Our next speaker is Melanie Cummings, followed by Priya Shukla.
Welcome, Ms. Cummings. Ms. Cummings, if Ms. Cummings isn't here, I think we're going to go to Ms. Shukla, and then if Ms. Cummings joins us again, we'll come back before going to the 5-minute speakers.
Okay. Our next speaker will be Elizabeth Farrell.
I believe you mean Priya Shukla?
Oh, I'm sorry. Priya Shukla, if you're online, please. And you will be followed by Elizabeth Farrell.
Same deal, then I think we'll go to Ms. Farrell.
Elizabeth Farrell, if you're online, please, followed by Patrick Grossby.
I'm here.
That was Ms. Farrell?
Sorry, Elizabeth Farrell, I'm here.
Farrell.
Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Farrell.
Thank you.
I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening. I live at the corner of Franklin and Danville Street, and I will be able to see this proposed building outside of my kitchen window. To be frank, I have serious concerns about traffic. I have lived on this street for 6 years. By my count, there are 16 children who live on my block of Danville alone. Currently, both Waze and Google Maps sends people down our street because there is a light at Langston. This is a problem because our street is a yield street with limited space on both sides, and we already have an extremely confusing traffic pattern. I invite you to drive down the street pretty much in the middle of any day, and it's very confusing. A few years ago, someone came around the corner at my house so fast that he actually flipped his car over and it landed on the street in front of my house. Luckily, he was not hurt, but I think this gives you a flavor for what we see on this street. I'm very concerned that a tall building such as, I'm concerned about the 12 stories. I prefer 6, but 12 is definitely better than 16. I'm concerned about the additional residents. As you saw in the PowerPoint presentation provided by the applicant, there's a proposal that the garage exit to Danville Street. I believe that those people will take a left on Danville, cross Wilson, and to get to Langston and come down my street. I think that I would encourage you all to definitely not lift the height cap and please consider something lower. I think that when we look at the original Bullseye plan, what that led to were streets like Highland and Veatch, both of which go into the center of the Bullseye and are wider streets with better traffic controls and better able to handle this type of volume of traffic. So in closing, I'm concerned about the traffic. I think that 12 is better than 6, but I think that 16 it's not right for the surrounding community. And I think that whatever goals, the Planning Commission hopes to achieve in terms of residences and other things, I really think that can be done with 12. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Farrell.
Okay. All right. Our next speaker is Patrick Grossby, followed by Nerja Carr.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Patrick Grossby. I'm a resident of Arlington. I live in the Ballston neighborhood, and I moved to the county into this neighborhood first in 2018, shortly after graduating college. This is my first time speaking at the Arlington County meeting or any public meeting here, so I'm grateful for the opportunity to speak and appreciate the effort that's gone into the study and the effort done by the applicant. I'm seeking to support the maximum height and density possible at this development under consideration, specifically to support 16 stories or even higher if possible. I think this development is occurring in a high density area that everyone kind of just considers to be part of the Metro orange silver line. It's near lots of bike share stations, popular bike lanes, which means that people who live here will be able to do so potentially car free, which is really special and unique in the county and even across the country. Or even if they're not car free, they can live so car light, maybe have one car for a whole household, the way that I live. I think we need to build as much housing as possible in the county, wherever we can, to stave off rent hikes as the county grows, especially with lots of national employers like Amazon relocating to the county. They're bringing tens of thousands of more employees over the next decade or so. So I just want to say, we need more housing, otherwise people like myself will be priced out of the community that we love to live in. And I really do love Arlington. So I hope we can, I hope that the county considers that and considers at least 16 stories, if not higher, if possible. This development would provide an opportunity to build more homes for our families, our friends, our neighbors. And that's I guess, my what I'd like to contribute to the meeting. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Grossby.
Commissioner Weir, Mrs. Priya is back on the line.
Can you?
Was that you, Ms. Shukla?
Yes, I was talking even when you guys called me earlier, but for some reason you guys couldn't hear me. Can you hear me clearly now?
We can. I think that since we have you on the line, why don't we go ahead and take your comment now, and then we will go, I believe, then we'll go back to Ms. Carr. Madam Clerk, if
Thank
that's the way you want to do it.
I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. So first, thank you for giving us a chance to speak here. I do understand that the subject property here, which is currently zoned for 4 stories, is being recommended to change to 16 stories. During the open house last week, when I asked how was this recommendation made by the staff from the Gluck study, they kept on referring me to the 7 guiding principles, which they apparently aligned the recommendation with. Now, these principles, and I beg you all to please pay attention, are 7. So number 1, concentrate high-density development, increase supply of housing, designed to achieve sunlight and air, and again, pay attention, orient development to minimize shadows on adjacent residential areas. And number 4, activate the ground level conditions through attractive streetscapes. Number 5, seeks to consolidate and block design, art, other design considerations. 6, enhance multimodal access. Number 7, try to increase multimodal transportation. Now, the only guiding principles which seem to be pertinent to this recommendation are the first 2, concentration of high-density development and increased supply of housing. Now, before we even consider these 2 guiding principles, we have to look at some facts. The facts are Arlington is the 11th most densely populated county in U.S., while geographically it is the smallest self-governing county in the U.S. Also, Arlington ranks 6th in population in Virginia counties. And if Arlington was incorporated as a city, Arlington would be the 3rd most populous city in the state of Virginia. Now, with these facts, the first 2 guiding principles are already more than taken care of in Arlington. As a concerned resident, I request the Planning Commission to say no to overdevelopment and yes to smart growth. We're already overcrowded. Just the other day, right at this location, which is in discussion right now, while crossing the street across Whole Foods, my 5-year-old got hit by a bicycle rider. This mindless development will only make this area increasingly unsafe for our families. Again, I urge the Planning Commission to think of the residents and do not succumb to builders and their unlimited greed for financial gains. Make us believe that the county staff is here to protect residents' interests, not builders' financial gains. Thank you so much. And again, I appreciate you guys giving me a chance.
Thank you, Ms. Shukla. I believe next is Ms. Carr.
Yes, our next speaker is Ms. Carr, followed by Bernard Byrne.
Right, okay. Thank you so much for your time. I'm a resident and member of CCCA, a single parent of 2 elementary children and widow, and I've lived in this community since 2014. It's my belief that adding further density to an already overwhelmed community experiencing many annual budget cuts will have further negative impact on both near and long-term futures of the community and resources. Our schools are overpacked, classrooms have shortfalls of teachers and staff. This also includes transportation. Standards of learning have dropped significantly. Only those with economic leverage able to hire tutors or extracurricular activities to supplement education. All those lucky enough to have 2 parents to help their kids with homework. We feel this in our overcrowded playgrounds. There is no space to play. We feel this on our streets, filthy with dog excrement, several dogs attacked. My 5-year-old was bitten as owners don't want to go to overcrowded and filthy dog parks. I don't blame them. On other occasions, my children were chased by a large unleashed dog in the 11th Street North Park in the townhouses where I live, frightening us all. Another time yelled at by a male dog owner very aggressively when we asked if they could leash their Great Dane so we could enter that same tiny green space. We feel this in our ever-dirtying parks with broken glass, used condoms, as budget cuts don't have enough rangers to protect and keep these facilities clean and safe. They are already overcrowded, overburdened. We feel this on our streets as they become more and more unsafe with speeding delivery drivers with too many cars due to burgeoning population growth. My daughter was hit by a car when she was 4 on a crosswalk at a school bus stop. Another time on Danville Street in Lyon Village, just 3 months ago, exactly where you're talking about, my car was parked as I stepped out of it. The car was hit at the back of it as he was speeding to pick up a passenger. My 6 and 9-year-old thankfully were strapped to their seats, frightened out of their wits. We are overcrowded. Please stop this development going beyond 4-5 stories. Last Sunday, I witnessed my friend's 5-year-old son being hit by a speeding bicycle at the crosswalk that goes from Whole Foods to Starbucks. We are overcrowded and experiencing so many near misses. Do we need a fatality before we as residents are taken seriously? As a single income household, I am that missing middle housing that I hear you talk about that you want to keep. I am the demographic that relies on the ever-depleting, overburdened population of Clarendon Courthouse areas, facilities, and education, and I will continue to advocate for it. We should be focused on to make today's smart growth plan, focused on climate change impacts on our community. A green space instead should have been planned to cool the surrounding areas, further developing tree canopy. I'd like to also highlight the impacts of tall building shadow that will lurk into the vast area of Lyon Village.
Ms. Carr, your time has expired. If you would please wrap up.
Okay, thank you so much for listening.
Thank you, Ms. Carr.
Our next speaker is Bernard Byrne, followed by Jane Green.
Yes, hello. You can hear me?
Yes.
Yes, I'm Bernie Byrne. I live in Boston. I travel to this area very often, especially to get to the meetings at the courthouse. The first thing I want to say is something I said before to you at the last meeting, and that is you have a plaza being planned. Not a plaza, it says a public space being planned on Clarendon Boulevard. But that's very nonspecific. I don't want to see this become another paved plaza with maybe a few trees in it. We have plenty of those right next to the Clarendon Metro Station. Market Commons is mostly like that. We need green space. Please recommend that this document specify that public space contain a park or be basically green space with trees and plantings and things like that. But we don't want another plaza there that simply increases impervious surfaces and creates all sorts of problems, which you're well familiar with. So please, if nothing else, please do that at this meeting. You didn't do anything when it's asked us the last time. It would be helpful if you did this time. Regarding other topics, these mostly have been said before. I see no need for anything higher than 6 stories here. I see no reason to do away with the bullseye. Basically, this is not going to cause any kind of equity because all those new apartments are going to be only affordable to people with high incomes. There'll be a few affordable housing, but not many. This is not going to solve any problem that Arlington has. It will, however, increase the traffic because even though it's near a metro station, many people will drive because there's people, they have occupied by several people. Some don't even work anywhere near metro stations. This will have to increase traffic. Remember that I-66 was recently widened west of Boston because of the RB corridor's density increase. This is what's happening. Also, the streets may not appear more crowded, but there are more cars, and it's not, I ride a bike there. It is not pleasant. People park in the bike lanes all the time. Trucks unload in the bike lanes. It's an unpleasant area to be in. But the density should not be, the height should not be increased. It should be kept low. Most people want it in the initial survey. It's at 7 stories. That's what I favor. So there's no purpose in putting the high building, except the developer just wants it to increase the profits. But really, there's plenty of high density in Boston, Clarendon, Courthouse, and it's just too much. But again, going back to my original statement, please give a use for that public space. It should be you could say green space, you could say park, but say trees. But don't say just leave it blank the way it is. Otherwise, we're going to come with a site plan that's going to show mostly pavement, a few trees, and things like that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Byrne. Madam Clerk?
Our next speaker is Jane Green, followed by Ben DiFonso.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi. Hi, my name is Jane Green. I live in the Courthouse Radnor Fort Myers Heights neighborhood. I support having this, removing the height cap and allowing this GLUP go up to 16 stories. We have a housing crisis. Just re-signing my lease in my building, it went up 8%. And that's something that we're going to have to come to expect if we don't continue to allow the housing that developers want to build, so that people who want to live here have a place to live and don't have to push out existing residents. This site is between two metro stations. We know it's going to have a continued access to good bus service. And when we allow up to 16 stories, we can get greater community benefits so that the streetscape, bike lanes can all be enhanced, which will address a lot of the concerns that neighbors have brought up about car traffic. I have 2 kids. I am not concerned about overcrowding in parks. I'm not concerned about overcrowding in our schools. I am concerned about dangerous street traffic, and having a developer add community benefits can add to the enhanced streetscape that will give us wider sidewalks, that will give us better bike lanes. All of that can really only happen when we get those community developments, when we allow greater height and greater density. The staff's own analysis shows that the most equitable route to go is to allow that further height and density. That's how we can have not only a few more committed affordable units, but also just general housing supply that we know our community needs. I think the bullseye model is outdated, and I understand that the staff wants to look at a height study kind of comprehensively, but we don't have time for that. We have a housing crisis now. We need to let this building get into the pipeline now so we can start seeing the benefits of greater density and more opportunities for people to live in our community. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Green.
Our next speaker is Ben Davanzo, followed by Joe James.
Hi, good evening, Planning Commission members. My name is Ben Davanzo. I lived catty corner to this property for 5 years in Cortland, called Cortland Park. So I'm very familiar with this area. I was also the president of the Clarendon Courthouse Civic Association for 2 years. In addition to holding other officer positions, I'm very familiar with this area. I'm also a housing advocate, and as others have said, rents in Arlington are skyrocketing. Reporting is that we have the highest rate increases in Arlington compared to anywhere else in the DMV. Rate increases range from 10% to 16%. That's hundreds of dollars more a month. This area is not affordable for people to stay and live in. We need more housing. It is pretty clear that demand is outstripping supply. Therefore, it's pretty disappointing to see that staff's recommendation for the site is only 12 stories. I think 16 stories would be more than appropriate, having lived right across from it for many years. Actually, my balcony overlooked where the site would be, and I felt pretty uncomfortable with the area. It's an empty lot, it's a parking lot, and it is a gap in the street grid where my wife and I did not feel super comfortable walking by it at night because of that. A 16-story building would offer lots of new people walking the streets, creating vibrancy in the area, making this a safer place to be, because the more people walking around, the more safe it is. In addition, this is very close to 2 metro stations. In less than 10 minutes in either direction, and usually quicker depending on the street crossings, you can make it to the Clarendon or Courthouse stations. A lot of people will be able to live in this building car-free, and I imagine probably a majority of them will. So I highly encourage the county staff and the Planning Commission to have at least 16 stories at this site. There's a lot of needed improvements in this area. There's a need to improve the streetscape, with Wilson Boulevard and Clarendon Boulevard having cars that are going too fast. There's a need for better bike lanes. There's a need for more green space. A denser building and a higher building will create more leverage and more potential for community benefits, for more bike lanes, for more green space, for more investments in public transit improvement. And in fact, many of the other buildings in the area have led to, for example, a planned improvement for the courthouse elevator, which is way overdue. And I personally had gotten stuck in. And so more improvements like that can happen if we build to 16 stories. I think that really, considering our rent crisis, considering that we need to incentivize people to live closer to metro because of our climate crisis, things like shadows, things like potentially other concerns around aesthetics are not our primary concern. Instead, we have a moral imperative to supply more housing, and this is a good way to do it by keeping it at 16 stories. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Davanzo.
Joe James is followed by Randy Bell.
Hello, you guys can hear me, right?
Yes.
Okay, so I want to speak in favor of this amendment. I think it's a great proposal. I was actually more impressed with the proposal by CRC, how they are bending over backwards to, emphasize the transit capacity as well as how they're not going to cast shadows on neighborhoods that seem to be destined to have shadows based off of other sector plans. So this location is walking distance between two metro stations, and it will be especially so when the new elevator comes in the coming years. I live in a 12-story building right next to a single-family neighborhood. I just do not see the aesthetic or otherwise distinction between 12 or 16 stories. We have this transit, these two mass transit stations, and we need to be expanding transit access to alleviate our carbon footprint and to promote car-free lifestyles. We don't need to be denying more people with our zoning laws in that way. So yes, I don't really have much more to say. I think as Arlington anticipates more population growth, we really have to densify our corridors. We have to, this is smart growth. It is walking distance from a metro station, putting more density and more height. So I will just echo the words of Ms. Green and Mr. Davanzo, as well as others who have spoken here tonight. Let's build more housing. Let's welcome more neighbors. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. James.
Our next speaker, this will be the last 3-minute speaker for our remote speakers, is Randy Bell.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, my comment is more of a generic comment concerning going green and planning for a future where we have all electric cars. I haven't followed this project too much. I think I favor it, but I'm assuming that there are residential parking spaces, maybe not that many, but there are some. And the comment I'm making is that we need to plan ahead for having a charging station at every single parking space. It may be that it's not a Tesla connector at this point, but it should be pre-wired for a 60 amp sub panel at every parking space for all new development. And then that would require that the developer provide the electric feed into the building that would be able to power all of these 60 amp circuits. If we don't do this now, we're going to be caught in a situation like California, mandate electric cars, but then they can't charge them. If not now, when are we going to start building out the infrastructure to charge electric cars? So my comment here is that I think that for the parking spaces that are provided in the building, there should be a rough-end circuit panel mandated for every parking space. So at a future date, an appropriate style connector can be added in there. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Mr. Bell. Madam Clerk, do you know if we got Ms. Cummings back on the line or on the line?
Let's see. No, we're not seeing her in our attendee list.
All right, then would you please call the next speaker?
Okay, thank you. Our next speaker, 5-minute speakers, will be Bill Gearhart, followed by John Cartine.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Good. Even tried to see if the camera works. Anyway, Lion Village joins in supporting the views of the other civic associations, including Clarendon Courthouse. Essentially, this is too big and we haven't followed the appropriate process. And I want to really focus more on process in my comments.
I don't know how you want to do it.
First of all, the site is planned There's a statement earlier that this site is on plan, but I can't imagine something that is more carefully or more definitively planned than service commercial 1 to 4 stories. So it is a misnomer that the site was not planned. And I was involved with the Clarendon Courthouse with this sector plan when it was developed. And I remember the discussions about what this site should be, and it should be essentially retail, commercial, maybe small apartment buildings in the neighborhood of 4 stories. Secondly, I'd like to make the point about that this has an appearance of being spot zoning, where you're taking a site, you've got an applicant who has come in, wants to build a much bigger building than is permitted, has about 3/4 of the site, and is proposing something that is not allowed on this block or any of the blocks surrounding it. That has the look of spot zoning, and there probably should be a discussion with the county attorney on the legality of this. Further point I want to make is that we have a general process in the county for developing site plans and for amending the site plans. And that involves the engagement of the property owners, county staff, and so forth, and also the neighborhoods. And these plans don't go forward until we have everybody on board, including the neighborhoods. Oftentimes, the county board member has gotten engaged in the process, like Chris Zimmerman did with the Clarendon sector plan back in 2006. But everyone was on board, and there's a reason for that. It means that property owners can't object to when they're being held to something that the plan holds them to, and also that neighborhoods can't come in and object. So there was a reason for doing this, and this goes back years in the county. And if it would make sense for us to go back to the drawing boards, try to get the neighborhoods together, and see if they can't come up with something that's maybe bigger than the 4 stories, maybe it's 6 or 8 stories, but where you have that consensus behind this change, and you preserve that process and avoid setting precedents. The last point I'd like to make is that this is a huge change from what's being planned. And for the county to approve this kind of opens the door to every other developer and the BlackRocks of the world and so forth for coming in and seeking rezonings and changes in planned areas to something that is way out of whack with the planned area. Having set the precedent, how does the county say no to the next one? And is it the county then in litigation that it perhaps loses because it has done something so out of place here that the county has no legs to stand on other sites? So I would leave it with that. And I think you're going in the wrong direction without getting the support of the neighborhood civic associations. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Gerhardt. Mr. Carton, if you're on the line, with respect, we are going to ask you to limit your comments to 3 minutes. We typically accept 1 speaker on behalf of a neighborhood organization. Unfortunately, Mr. Gerhardt beat you to getting the speaker slip in. So I'll take you now, but again, ask you to keep your comments to 3 minutes as an individual speaker. Thank you.
That's problem. That's all right. No
Thank
problem.
you. Thank you for indulging us, Mr. Carton.
Okay, no problem. Anyway, as Bill has said and other people in the neighborhood have said, and I think you're hearing a pretty clear message from the neighborhood about these buildings. We want something that's smaller rather than bigger. You know, the developer always reaches for the sky because that's to their benefit. But we prefer to stay with the county's courthouse sector plan. The neighbors who live close by to the site want low mixed use. That would allow for up to 6 stories. This is the preferred option for the neighbors who live across from and around this site. If Melanie Cummings had spoken tonight, I'm sure she would have said the same thing. This would conform with the zoning of all the other large commercial lots in the immediate vicinity, including Market Commons, Whole Foods, and the building that's east of this block. What's proposed here would be a radical change. The block is not even fully consolidated, and we're letting them do this. I also want to comment just quickly on the survey that went out. It was really unfortunate that it didn't give you a 4 or 5 story option. The smallest option was 12, so it was very flawed and biased. And when the respondents asked what size building they'd like to see on the site, the current land use plan and zoning was not even a choice. So there was no base case, which didn't really make it a consistent and fair survey. There was also no place to write in comments on the survey about the plan. It was a done deal. If you responded to the survey, the minimum number of floors that you could pick was 12. So the result was a biased, non-inclusive, and discriminatory survey result. And this actually violates one of the stated goals of inclusivity for this process that the staff just talked about earlier. So we support, the planning that's already in place for the Metro Corridor, which follows the NUB concept used in Northwest Washington and other places, with greatest heights at the metro stations and lower heights further away. This is what the long-time plan for the RB corridor calls for, that those building heights and densities should taper down between stations and be consistent with the long-term county planning principle. And this site is just about halfway between Courthouse and Clarendon Metro stations. So Lion Village, actually, this presents a problem for us, particularly, we're on the north side of Wilson Boulevard. We're talking about 1 and 2 story buildings and houses. So 12 stories would really tower over. So we request that the Planning Commission recommend a more livable size building on this site and keep it no more than 6 stories. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Carton. Madam Clerk, we saw, I saw that we had 3 remote 5-minute speakers. Did one of them move away now?
She's in person, so I moved her to in person 5 minutes.
Very good, thank you. Then I believe we're going to in-person speakers. Would you call the next speaker?
Yes, it's Mr. Pedowitz. Mr. Pedowitz, could you give me just 1 second to?
Take your time.
Okay, thank you.
It's rare that I've ever had to raise this. Makes me feel so tall. It's good to see you all.
Okay, I think I'm ready. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the Commission. My name is Scott Pedowitz. I'm the Virginia Government Affairs Manager for the Apartment and Office Building Association. Also, and I think more importantly, I'm a courthouse resident. I've been living in an apartment in a high-rise right here in this neighborhood for more than 14 and a half years. In listening to the conversations at the various fora we saw on the slide earlier, I realized there's a particular challenge in the special glove study, and that is that this item feels like a site plan, but it's not. So we're in this uncomfortable position of being asked to leave open the possibility of receiving both the benefit of housing and the other site plan community benefits, but we don't this month get to lock those in. And we risk cutting ourselves off from these opportunities if we evaluate only on what some in our community see as negatives before we have the chance to consider fully all of the positives. And so this evening, I encourage the Planning Commission to recommend to the County Board that they adopt a special glove study designating the site as medium office apartment hotel without any supplementary note limiting the height of any future structure below the general guidance for this GLUP designation and its associated CO 2.5 zoning. To be clear, a GLUP designation does not create a fait accompli that a building there will be the maximum allowable height and density. Any future project will be by site plan. And all the process that entails. And an SPRC, including many people in this room, will consider sculpting, community benefit, earning height and density in the appropriate and usual manner. And most certainly the project that results will bear little resemblance to these blocky yellow massing diagrams that we've seen, though I compliment staff on their hard work on them. By contrast, imposing a limit at this stage would preclude staff and preclude the SPRC in the future from considering height trade-offs or other changes that may make for a better overall site plan, but if we cap it, could be rendered impossible by that constraint. Indeed, such a constraint perversely could lead to the very sort of bulk that we're trying to avoid. If it turns out that that's necessary to make the project work economically because the density is required and we are unable to build up because of the constraint. As I've noted at previous hearings, the county board gave a similar allowance in the Special GLUP Study Plus for Shirlington. That was July of 2020. I think that is instructive to us. And so let us give guidance that allows for that SPRC process to continue, that allows us to consider the full benefit to the community. And so once again, I encourage the commission to recommend to the board that they adopt the study without additional height restrictions and allow the the GLUP and zoning to guide the SPRC to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pedowitz.
Our next speaker is Dima Hakura, followed by Ann Bodine.
Good evening. Arlingtonians are proud of their neighborhoods, each with its own vibe and character. We flaunt the unique identity of each of our neighborhoods in our tourist brochures. In the Courthouse Clarendon area, we want to maintain our unique character as the urban village for people of all ages and walks of life to live, work, and play. With all due respect, we do not wish to merge our identity with Ballston or Roslyn. I'm a resident of this neighborhood for over 30 years as a renter, owner, young professional, and a mother. Responsiveness of the county to the neighborhood residents starts at the commission. I did not come before you with the other high-density developments in Clarendon and Courthouse because that is where tall buildings were planned for and expected near the metro. Courthouse West, on the other hand, has always been planned to be a trough, the low area that binds together adjacent low-rise residential neighborhoods with gradually escalating office, apartment, and condo buildings that peak at denser metro areas to create a harmonious rhythm to the area. Despite staff recommendation, a thorough assessment of their study leads to the conclusion that this development should be capped at 6 stories at its highest point along the taperings and setbacks. County staff were correct to point out that never before has a tall building been built on the periphery of a planning area without an extensive community planning process to establish tailored guidance. 2, any buildings above 6 stories at this location diverges from the surrounding skyline. And 3, never before in Arlington has a 16-story building abutted a lower density residential area. However, county staff mistakenly settled at the 12-story cap in an attempt to balance a push for additional housing opportunities that is contrary to the planning guidance for this area. Already, sites that were slated to be offices were converted to residential and contravened the original balanced mixed-use plans that mitigate pressures on a relatively small area. For example, a balanced combination of office, commercial, and residential creates different non-competing traffic patterns and provides local businesses clientele at different times of the day. Thorough, thoughtful planning was abandoned to favor residential developments without an equitable accommodation for this major influx of residents to afford them the same access to county facilities, services, and quality of life afforded to other Arlingtonians. A low-density, mixed-use development with a maximum of 16 stories along with taperings and setbacks per the staff study is the most appropriate designation, or less. I am disappointed that developer today chose to misrepresent their by right development, which is only 0 to 4 stories of commercial under C2 zoning. Also, the building height of this development will not unfortunately bring down rents. As to the ever-hopeful speakers, our county is run by the rule of law, procedures, and plans. We cannot drop all the guidelines at a whim. We need to follow processes. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Ann Bodine, followed by Scott Sutherland.
Commissioner, or Chairman, are you ready? Thank you very much, Chair Weir, Commissioner, staff. Thank you. My name is Ann Bodine. I'm speaking today on behalf of Arlingtonians for Our Sustainable Future. I'd like to endorse the comments by Mr. Guerin and Mr. Carton before me. ASF is asking that you not amend the GLUB for this parcel at Courthouse from service commercial to medium office apartment hotel for the following reasons. ASF is concerned that Arlington has not planned adequate infrastructure or services or budgeted for the consequences of a commitment made in 2018 under then current zoning to allow up to 63,000 more residents by 2045. That alone is a significant increase in population, and we have not done the requisite planning. Since then, the county has authorized bonus density or more intense land use for LEED certified buildings, for senior living complexes, for affordable housing complexes, for 2 new Amazon campuses, for the new Pentagon City sector plan, for the new Clarendon sector plan, and is looking at raising height limits in Crystal City, an intense infill with planned Langston Boulevard. These plans and missing middle effort asked us to support or accept the same poor logic, that there is no need to plan for large numbers of people that higher land use makes certain. Pentagon City alone added 12,000 new people, but that area got no community school, no community-owned park with a ball field, no community center. Every month, you and then the board vote yes on code exceptions for more infill, massing, setbacks, reduced parking ratios, or penthouses that don't count towards gross floor area. This massive gifting to developers and the shortchanging residents is not sustainable. On Courthouse West, 12 stories, much less 16, is even before site planning piles on new density. And even with bonus density, this is not the path to true and responsive affordable housing. It's not the path to green building. It's not the path to new parks and new schools. Until the county, with your help, settles on a new formula where the public sees the full benefits from infill up front and forever, our opposition remains steady. So we ask that you provide for Courthouse West a site-specific fiscal and environmental impact analysis and project the demographics of added density in a corridor that right now is only 5% Black. How do we explain that already low number? Wasn't density the key to diversity? Absent these analyses, ASF does not support any upward ratcheting of density. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Bodine.
Scott Sutherland is our next speaker and last 3-minute speaker.
Thank you and good evening. Appreciate being here. So some of the people that come and talk to you are obviously paid. They're professionals. They'll say hello. I'm a newbie. I haven't been here in front of this body for, gosh, it's almost 30 years. And the last time I was here, it was to talk about the proposed development of Home Depot, where the Market Common is right now. I've bought a house on North Danville Street in 1992, and thank goodness the neighborhood associations joined together and were heard by the government, were heard by the county board and so forth. Ultimately, Home Depot withdrew, but we were listened to. Bill Gearhart, who spoke earlier, was a huge leader in that, and I remember the talk of the sector plan and the changes that we made then and the concessions we made then to even allow the Market Common to get built and allow the Aiken-Youngentaught development along North Danville Street to get built. And there were concessions made and they were helpful. There's a park there now. The streetscape along Danville Street is better than it would have been originally, et cetera. The point is that I feel like deals get made, and deals get made with citizens to say, okay, well, we'll allow density and we'll allow higher buildings, et cetera, in this particular place, but we'll give you this. And then here we are 30 years later, and it's sort of like that deal now is out the window. It's like it was forgotten because somebody else has come with a, hey, let's build 16 stories now. And I feel like it's a little bit of a numbers negotiation game. They're going to say 16 with the hope of maybe getting 10. It seems like let's split the baby down the middle, and I suspect every developer that's interested in this county is going to do the same kind of thing, particularly if you guys say thumbs up to this kind of deal. So I'll just say the building that's being proposed here is way out of character with this neighborhood. It's not only out of character with the homes, it's out of character with the commercial development in the neighborhood. I likened it at the open house to feeling like a classic Clarendon craftsman house would be torn down and a McMansion built in its place in the neighborhood. That's the equivalent of this in a commercial area. This would be a McMansion in a commercial area of Arlington. I did ask during the open house that a map be created. I asked county staff if a map could be created that would show where the buildings in our county are 16 stories or higher, and where the buildings are that are 12 to 16 stories, and where the 270 dwelling unit buildings are, so that we could look in the county at where these kinds of things are. They say they're working on that. I would ask that anyone from the County Planning Commission support that request and ask that we get it done before this process is complete. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Sutherland.
Okay, we'll begin with our 5-minute speakers. Our first speaker is John Musso with the Arlington Chamber of Commerce. Thank you.
Good evening, members of the Commission. My name is John Musso. I'm the new Government Affairs Manager for the Arlington Chamber of Commerce. I am here tonight to express the Chamber's support for the maximum height cap of 16 stories within the staff's recommended zoning category of C-0-2.5. As the Chamber stated in the December 2021 letter, the Chamber supports additional density, particularly in established bus and rail transit corridors, along with land use policy that is flexible to attract new investment to Arlington. This site provides the opportunity to do just that. This site, as is mentioned before by many other speakers, is in incredibly easy walking distance to the Courthouse Metro Station, the Clarendon Metro Station, a whole variety of ART and Metro bus stops. This site is near, as previously stated, a high concentration of jobs, a really vibrant retail scene, and one of the beating economic engines of this county. And in order to increase housing affordability going forward, Arlington County needs to, or should, remove barriers to the provision of housing supply, including but not limited to height limitations on density. Allowing for a higher maximum height is still going to provide the chance for the Commission to further refine proposals in the 4.1 site plan process going forward. This could increase or could include tapering to respond to the concerns of many people over the height limit, but still provide a lot of flexibility and providing the much needed additional housing units for the Clarendon Courthouse neighborhood. Thank you very much for your consideration. I yield the remainder of my time.
Thank you very much.
Okay, just 1 second, please. Okay, Brooke Alexander is followed by Lisa Chavez.
Hello. My name is Brooke Alexander. I'm here tonight representing the Ashton Heights Civic Association. Our comments first are to support the positions of our sister civic associations who have or will speak tonight. In particular, we support the Clarendon Courthouse letter, which is in your packet, I believe. I will not repeat its contents. I will reference back to the Planning Commission advertisement hearing in July, where I shared with you the bullseye concept for the Roslyn-Boston corridor, which was the basis for each of the original 5 sector plans in the corridor. This bullseye concept is the only graphic on the county Roslyn-Boston website. I'm assuming that something on this website would be current county policy, otherwise it's false advertisement, in my opinion. I sent a link and a copy of it to staff today. You should find it in your packet if you're not familiar with it. As you may recall, I was a citizen member of the first Clarendon sector plan in 1984. I was fresh from my 1980 land use and environmental planning degree from UVA. This bullseye graphic was given us as the underlying policy for Clarendon and the rest of the corridor. Having had this background in both the original Clarendon sector plan and my master's degree, I will say that I was horrified at the first LRPC committee meeting when one planning commissioner stated that he did not support the bullseye concept for the corridor and that he thought it should be a spine of high development over the metro tunnel. This proposed building sits smack in the trough between two bullseyes in the corridor. It's designed, or should be designed, to be lower in height and density. If not, it will be a precedent setting for all the other troughs. For example, it will be extremely difficult to differentiate the circumstances of the Whole Foods lot from the Courthouse West lot. This is only one of the lots that will be potentially affected by the precedent set by upzoning Courthouse West. As staff pointed out in their report, and I'm quoting, "This document does not address larger questions about or recalibration of the building height and density along the Roslyn-Ballston corridor, which from staff's perspective should be undertaken more comprehensively and not in isolation of one development block." And I agree. I urge you to recommend to the county board to do just that. Look comprehensively at the troughs in the whole corridor. Look at the services required for the additional population that will be brought in. We cannot plan one block at a time. It adds up to more density and no view of supplying appropriate fire, police, schools, stormwater runoff capacity, and parks. We need to plan for these services and then defend them. The 10th Street Park in Clarendon, which was on the general land use plan, was not defended. It is at risk. Times have changed since 1984. Priorities have changed. We need to make good decisions going forward. We have, as yet, unallocated potential development along the corridor within the troughs. If the decision is made to convert to a spine rather than a bullseye concept. If we do it one property at a time, the beneficiaries are the developers. I urge you to make a decision that will allow the county to capture that potential development for the good of the county. Those options could include parks, could include missing middle housing, but we should have a comprehensive look at this potential development and make a decision as a county rather than, no offense, one committee making the decision one block at a time. Thank you all for your efforts on our behalf.
Thank you, Ms. Alexander.
And our last speaker is Lisa Chavez.
Hello, everybody. My name is Lisa Chavez. I'm the representative for the Clarendon Courthouse Civic Association here tonight. And there are a number of questions and concerns that we raised in the letter here. And many of us in this neighborhood, as well as some of the speakers tonight, have taken part in extensive county planning exercises throughout the county over numerous years, and some more recent. But in this particular site, what we're seeing is a lack of inclusion in fully considering outreach to the neighborhood, significant input, and neighborhood-led design or choices from the proposed options. Many of the speakers have already spoken to the issues about how the study was originally laid out, the types of questions and answers that were basically inferred through some of that process. And this is not the kind of equitable outcome that we would want to see, particularly on a block that is being done as a one-off special GLUP study. The GLUP study itself has possible potential, but at the heights and densities that are named in that study, we're not in a position to fully support that, simply because we haven't had the opportunity to have our voices heard in the ways that we traditionally have had interactions with county staff across the board. There are a number of times where this civic association and other neighboring associations have supported significant increases in density, and the site might even potentially be one of those. But we haven't had the opportunity to do that. A few comments here and there in Long Range Planning Commission, which is largely closed off to residents, but we haven't had the kind of open houses and old-time charrettes that we sometimes had, and that we would normally expect to get a diverse cross-section of neighborhood participation from. This site is a precedent-setting site, and as Ashton Heights mentioned, this is a change into what we've traditionally done in Arlington in the trough development. If the county were to conduct an exercise about what to do with the troughs, then there's a reasonable opportunity for a larger group exercise to look at what we really want rather than simply reacting to what a proposal is that's on the table that isn't fully baked out. Of course, this takes a long time. It's already taken a fair amount of time, but that is typical for asking for a significant change in height and density off this already planned site. In fact, even between the Radnor-Fort Myer Heights corridor, the densities there still do generally taper into the trough. It's relative, but the tapering still exists. If there's an exercise in changing the zoning throughout other parts of the sector plan, that would be something the Clarendon Courthouse Civic Association would participate in. But a piecemeal approach does not give us the confidence that the county or the developer are able to ameliorate the effects of development. And many of these effects can be ameliorated. Several speakers, including the applicant, mentioned the long-standing plan for a second metro entrance. That plan is still significantly underdeveloped. If the county and the developer were to come forward with a significant commitment that would give the neighbors the confidence to believe that this would actually happen in the building life of this building, then that would be something to engage on. But we're hearing lip service from both the developer and the county that these things might happen, but we're not seeing the commitments. And that's where some of the concerns come from this evening. It's not the fact of development. It's not always just about height or just about density, but it's also making sure that the quality of life impact of all residents is considered. And this is not simply for the residents that live here now, but it includes the residents who will live in this building and who too will suffer from the lack of access to transportation that might otherwise be achieved, affordable housing at the income levels most desperately needed in the county, and green space, places for kids to play, dogs to walk. Some of these issues can be fleshed out in site plan. And what we've heard today is that the applicant has to earn it. Whether you're earning that density at 6 stories, 8 stories, 9.5, there's a price to be paid for that. And those community benefits need to be direct, they need to be clear, and they need to ameliorate some of the longstanding concerns and reasonable requests that residents have noted. So I ask you to consider adopting a lower scale version of the study, as well as noting the limitations on height and density and the impacts that this has on the neighborhood when they're not fully funded.
Thank you, Ms. Chavez. Madam Clerk, does that conclude our public speaker portion?
Yes, it does.
Thank you. I believe our next step would be to go to representatives of any commissions. Do we have representatives of any commissions here this evening? Including transportation. All right, thank you. Then Commissioner Bagley, if you have any comments to kick us off, I've got a few questions I know, but if you want to give us some structure or any guidance, we can start there.
Actually, thank you, Mr. Chair. No, when we met on the RTA in July, I gave a pretty thorough report of what had happened in the process. And I think staff, as usual, has done a great job of putting together what has happened in the process since. So I have no other comments right now. Thank you.
Okay. And just, this doesn't, I'm not proposing this as an outline, but I happen to have it literally in front of me. Our discussion outline in July was open space, affordable housing, stated goal of increasing family-sized units, transportation and massing and density. Again, that by no means does that need to or should even dictate how we proceed. So I guess maybe the first thing to do is open the floor for discussion sort of topics. And then once we have a list of 2, 3, maybe 1 topic, then we can start with questions. Commissioner Schroll, I'll go to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have some questions just about staff's analysis regarding kind of what would be required for a more comprehensive look at this site, or for, and I think in response to some of the public speakers about additional study, the sector plan itself. So I don't know where you want to put that.
Staff analysis of comprehensive.
It's long-range planning. It's
Long-range planning and response to questions and comment. We'll go with something like that. Any other general topics? Yeah. Family-sized units.
I think you already mentioned it, but of course, affordable housing and heights and massing.
I think that I want to put height and massing in connected with, we'll call it the Commissioner Schroll category for now, because I think that that's the one that's going to tend to sprawl out a little bit. Commissioner Sarli?
I think I'll add to Commissioner Schroll's category with sort of the planning and how this fits into the context of sector plan and county plan.
Context of sector plan, county plan. I think that is, Commissioner Schroll, I think that that's also very much within kind of the questions you were leaning on asking. Yeah, so I think we basically have two small topics and one potentially big comprehensive topic. Commissioner Peterson?
Can I add just a transportation question about the proposed elevator metro entrance? And then I also wanted to see, how do we check and see?
It's the
red lights. Oh, there we go. Okay. I also wanted to just see how do we know when somebody from our commission is on Teams wanting to raise their hand? Giselle, do you, Ms. Johnson, do you let us know if that's happening?
So we actually, as far as I know, don't have the ability to do that. There's a lot of functionalities that we've disabled so as not to disrupt the streaming or the projection.
So they can't raise their hand and we can acknowledge them?
No, they can't.
Could the commissioners who are not in the room text the chair? Would that be a workaround? It's not perfect at all, but we would. I think all of us would like to be able to hear our fellow commissioners who aren't here add to the discussions.
So the I misunderstood that we would still have the Teams screen in front of us for this purpose. This is, all of us are aware of the fact this is our first meeting and we are learning as we go. Commissioner Patel, if you are on, please send me a text just to, one, let me know that you're on, and two, I will rely on you to send me a text or call my phone if you need to in order to get my attention.
Excuse me, were you referring to Commissioner Patel, Commissioner?
Yeah, just anybody who's attending hybrid.
Not for anyone. Commissioner Patel, if she is listening, so far we don't see her on the call right now.
Yeah.
If she needs to, she can text me or she can text Commissioner Weir and we will get her questions to you.
I will send her a text to that effect. We were not expecting her until about now anyway, given the nature of her personal conflict that has her out of county.
Okay.
So thank you for bringing that up. As it happens, the other three are all absent today, so they all have various conflicts. Yeah. You speak. All right. Crossed that bridge, hopefully. Commissioner, I'm going to try to do the things that I think are going to be the quickest topics first. And so, Commissioner Peterson, I'm going to go to you on family-sized units.
Okay, thank you. Chair Weir. So I appreciate the presentations tonight, and I also appreciate hearing from all of the public speakers, both in person and virtually. So one of the goals stated in this study was to increase the amount of housing, including specifically family housing. This is something that I am very interested in as a person who lives in a multi-residential building, a 13-story condo building with my 3 children and spouse. I really think that apartment buildings can be a great place for a family to live. And so I'd be interested to know if the 12-story option is, if that's what we allow for tonight, how can we accomplish the family housing units that we call for in the study versus if we go to 16 stories, that's just more square footage that could then lead to more possible family-size units. So I kind of wanted to know, staff, from your perspective, negotiating for more family-size units, how are you going to be able to do that if you've got less square footage to work with?
Thank you for that question, Commissioner Peterson. So the study document and the results of this study present kind of a comprehensive set of recommendations to help guide future development and a future site plan application. One of those stated recommendations is the provision of family-sized dwelling units in a future application. And so were the study document to be adopted by the board, in the future, a site plan application could be submitted, and that site plan application needs to reflect the guiding principles and the recommendations in the study document. So as that future site plan is reviewed through the site plan review process, the stated guiding principles, the stated recommendations will be weighed with the site plan application to understand how is that site plan application reflecting these recommendations, reflecting these principles. How is a future site plan application presenting family-sized dwelling units as an example? So that site plan review process really is the venue to explore how and make revisions to a future site plan application to understand how it will reflect the recommendations.
Okay, thank you. And if I may ask a follow-up question. So I was wondering if there is a way to create a condition to say that if the building were to go above 12 stories, there would be required to have a certain percentage of units or a certain square footage of units that reflects maybe an AMI of a certain percentage. So these wouldn't necessarily be affordable housing, but they wouldn't be luxury housing. So I imagine if we go from 12 to 16 stories, those 12 to 16 stories, they're going to have views of, across the county into DC, beautiful views. Those are going to be luxury units, and we know that. But maybe if we do have those luxury units that are bringing in lots of profits for the applicant, that gives them the ability to offer some not missing middle housing, because we know missing middle doesn't include these highly dense buildings, but housing that maybe 2 teachers working in Arlington could afford. Maybe they're not affording the, great views on the 14th floor, but maybe they can afford something that doesn't have the luxury countertops, but could be on the 4th floor. And so I'm wondering, is there a way to craft a recommendation that would say, if you get to 16 stories, you have to have housing in this building that people who have a more modest income can afford to live in? Is there a way to target a motion like that, or do you have recommendations?
So the way the current study document lays out a recommendation regarding affordable housing, we speak to the zoning ordinance and what the zoning ordinance requires for both site plan applications, but also for GLUP designation changes. So in the study document, we lay out sort of how that is done for the GLUP designation request. In practice, it's a 20% figure. And so we also speak to what that typically looks like from an AMI perspective. So there could be potential opportunity to provide some guidance there related to AMIs. But that's also something that I think is something that can happen during the site plan review process to really help understand as we review the totality of the application and how it best reflects all of the different elements of the study document, how it can incorporate all these to the best of its ability.
Okay, thank you very much.
Anyone else have questions on this topic? I think then we also had affordable housing. I forget who raised that. Commissioner Lantelmi, I'll go to you.
Yeah, that might have actually been answered in the last colloquy, so I don't think I really need to add anything further. But I do know, would you know what the proportion of units would be affordable where if we were to go from 12 to 16? That'd be approximately 70 more units that could be built. Of the 70, how many do you think would be or could be affordable as defined?
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Lantelmi. So staff, in our staff report, our draft staff report, we did look at the development potential of what is included in the study document at the 12 stories, as well as what a theoretical 16-story development scenario would look like. And you're correct, the delta between those two would be approximately 70 stories. And again, this is very generalized massing without the context of the site plan review process developing, tapering details and things of that nature. In terms of what committed affordable units would look like from going from 12 stories to 16 stories, that's something that I think is something that really happens via the site plan review process. And so it's
understood, but a range.
Yeah, it's hard at this point to offer an estimate.
But there would be more than when there's just 12.
Correct, yes. There, under 16 stories, there would be additional density above the base site plan density of 115 units per acre. And that density would need to be earned via, achieving the study's recommendations. And, there are ways through the zoning ordinance to achieve additional density, affordable housing being one of them.
For my fellow commissioners, it looks like all of our microphones have lights on them now. And Commissioner Seiling, I may or may not be able to see you, but Commissioners Peterson, Schroll, and Bagley, I'm going to use it doesn't light up for you. Well, you get to raise your hand, but other commissioners, I'll be going on by the light. And so Commissioner Bagley, I'll go to you.
Oh, okay. So I can go?
Yeah.
Okay, great. We do have a housing crisis in Arlington, and I do believe it is one of affordability. If we go back to the chart that staff had about inclusivity and the goals of inclusivity, when people cannot afford to live in a place, whether it's got 12 stories or 16 stories, they become excluded, and that is exclusivity, not inclusivity. So while we are talking about 12, 16, however many we talk about, unless the applicant is, in my book, willing to make some absolutely extraordinary contribution to helping in what will otherwise probably be luxury housing, which is even more exclusive, I don't think I can go for a higher height thing. Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Commissioner Schroll, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Picking up on Commissioner Bagley's comment, Mr. Murphy, for proposals that have gone through the special GLUP study process, there is an additional affordability requirement, is there not?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and could you please describe that for the benefit of Commission and the members of the public?
Yeah, absolutely. So the zoning ordinance includes provisions or a specific provision related to GLUP changes. And so what that speaks to is that there's a provision of affordable housing when there's the consideration of a GLUP designation change. And so as we note in the study document by practice, that is considered it's a 20% figure. And so that is kind of something that is considered when there's a request for a GLUP change.
Thank you. So Commissioner Bagley, I think there would be, committed units here at around the 60% AMI. It's immortalized in the study document on page 38. So, I certainly share your concerns, but there are at least some provisions there. It may not satisfy what you're after, and that might be different. But
what I'm after is basically to make it a fair field for everybody. And when you have luxury housing, even if you're going to throw in a couple extra by the plan, it's not enough, especially when you're building luxury housing. So.
Not Commissioner Peterson. I have a comment on that, but Commissioner Peterson, I want to go to you first. You would.
Well, it's like mute and unmute, and I wanted to see if Mr. Whitmore had possibly an estimate where staff couldn't give an estimate of how many extra possible affordable housing units you'd get from going to 12 to 16. Do you all have one that you would say on the record and that we might remind you of if we ever got to the point where we are debating 16 stories and affordable housing?
Thank you. I'm better at raising my virtual hand than my real hand. So with all of those caveats that you mentioned, Commissioner Peterson, that obviously we haven't designed the building yet, and we have a number of issues to look at, but we think that for each story, additional story, there would be between 1 and 5 affordable units on each floor, which would be between 4 and 20 additional affordable units in addition to the requirement that Mr. Schroll mentioned for an increase from the 12 stories to the 16 stories.
I just want to share an observation on the topic of housing affordability, and I don't know that I anticipate that it's going to move anyone in terms of a vote, but I think that it's worth getting on the record, and that's that the term luxury housing gets banded around a lot, and it's a marketing term. It's not a term that means anything other than new and expensive. It's about the rent. It's about the rent. That's what it is. And the thing that makes tall buildings expensive isn't the stainless steel appliances, and it isn't the granite countertops or marble countertops or whatever it is these days. It's the elevators, and it's the 3 or 4 basements of parking. It's the structure. It's the concrete construction. It's the fact that it's bigger than missing middle is what thing that makes it expensive, and that's what makes it luxury, combined with the fact that that demand so gratuitously exceeds supply. So I don't, for what it's worth. I struggle with the use of the term luxury housing in thinking through affordability because it's a marketing term. There was a house that was advertised not far from where I live as luxury housing that was built in the 50s and had a flooded basement. The reason it was advertised as luxury housing was because the asking price was $800,000 because it's Arlington. So I don't, Commissioner Bagley, I know that we probably don't see eye to eye on our votes here, but I wanted to just share that. I think the next topic that I have, the next one that I want to go to is elevator and metro questions. Can't remember who raised that. Commissioner Peterson.
Well, I appreciated the public comment that kind of questioned, like, how likely is it that we're going to get this elevator metro entrance that's right near the building? So I wanted to see if staff had an idea in mind of, how likely is that? What is the timeline for that? Or is that kind of like a dream, but not actually in any kind of, is it in the CIP? Questions like that. Thank you.
Thank you for that question. I believe I believe it is in our county CIP. I would need to confer with DES staff. That's something that we could definitely provide additional clarity in their draft, in our staff report to the county board, in our summary of the meeting tonight.
Thank you for bringing that up, Commissioner Peterson. I had similar questions, although all I wrote down on my notes was CIP and courthouse entrance context. So I think we probably asked the same question. I would, I'll echo Commissioner Peterson's question, Mr. Murphy, that I imagine that it's very likely that the presence of a potential metro exit 400 feet from this project could prove to be material in the board's determination. And I would very much hope that that information, no matter what this commission recommends, is ready to go to the county board. Commissioner Sarli will be representing us. So you get to mention that we would have liked to have known that, or not.
I wrote it down.
If, for the CIP, would it be getting a little more detailed? Is it for simply design, acquisition, or is it something, everything, including starting into construction within, because the CIPs are usually 10 years. And where in that 10 years would it be projected to fall? I'm happy to say that we have recently seen movement on at least 2 other metro station additional entrances where they are really, for honest to God, moving ahead, which is great news, which gives me a little more hope than I have ever had for a long time about this entrance. I know it's been a CCCA priority for decades, and seeing it actually make the CIP is big news, I think. But a little more detail about for the county board meeting would be, I think, useful. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, if there is in fact going, if we're in the 10-year time horizon for having a station, for having a station being shovel ready, like 400 feet, man, 12 stories becomes a floor, not a ceiling, 400 feet from a metro station. But if we're going to start design in 10 years, then it's a very different set of discussions and deliberations. Yeah. Mr. Whitmore.
If helpful, I have some of the CIP information here on the elevator.
I was hoping you might. Thank you.
It does appear to, and I'll obviously defer to anything that DES may say because they're far more involved in it, but it does reference the design, engineering, and construction of the elevators. And it starts in, looks like FY26, ending in FY29 is the timing that I see.
Thank you. That's fascinating.
That's fascinating. That's very, very interesting. Anything else on metro issues? Let me ask you, Mr. Murphy, also, Commissioner Lantelmi threw out the number 70 in terms of units on the margin between 12 and 16. It would be really interesting to know what difference staff thinks the presence of metro 10 years out would make for trip generation in terms of those 70 units. I mean, a lot of the concerns and comments that we heard tonight had to do with traffic coming down from Langston Boulevard. And it's one thing if each of those units is generating, it has 1 or 2 cars that's being used every day. But a metro entrance 400 feet from that is probably going to have some significant impact on what that would be. I hate to suggest, I hate to get into the business of saying, I bet the county board is going to be interested in this, but it is stuff that we would have been interested in. Yeah, Commissioner Lantelmi.
Along those lines, I did notice a number of the public comments go to similar things, though a lot of this really is at SPRC rather than LRPC level. Things like parking, amount of parking, EV chargers, garage entrances, delivery entrances, even things like open space character. They're really not an LRPC type of discussion for changing the GLUP. They are absolutely major topics at SPRCs and would be fully vetted at that level.
Thank you, Commissioner Lantelmi. I'm going to cross off elevator and metro questions. We covered affordable housing. I think that I want to just say, start with height and massing, and then when we can move on to broader comprehensive analysis questions from that as it develops. You were the first one to raise your hand on this one, Commissioner Schroll, so if that's aesthetic for you.
So, Mr. Chairman, happy to proceed however you want. I mean, in the way I'm processing it, at least some of these issues are somewhat interconnected. But I'm happy to take them separately if that's the chair's preference.
Let's try to keep the initial questions limited to height and massing, and we'll see what happens. You have the floor then, Commissioner Schroll.
I mean, I don't necessarily know if I have a question on this topic. I think I made my comments from last time, or we discussed this, are kind of, my opinions on this matter have not changed in that regard, so.
Anything else, Commissioner Lantelli?
Thank you. Yes. As far as height goes, from way back when, as you know, everyone here knows, I've been a proponent of extra height here. I am and was concerned about what the impact of that would be on the surroundings. I did very closely, I asked for and did get the shadow study. It's pretty clear to me that the impact, if any, is extremely minor on the single-family houses around the neighborhood. I also note that, as was noted, I think, by one of the presenters, that the block across Wilson has been assembled by a commercial owner, the entire block. When that redevelops, which no doubt it will, that will probably throw shadows on those houses that you wouldn't even be able to see potentially a 16-story apartment building from those homes. So, and that's by where the current plan is explicit that I think it's 4 stories are allowed on the north side of Wilson Boulevard already, 4 or 5 stories. So, that would in fact block the view of this building even at the greater height. So I think that that concern was allayed in my mind, that it would have a bad impact on the neighborhood. And by the way, this is a neighborhood I live in too. What we get from the extra height, of course, is potentially more traffic. But as we've talked earlier, this is very close to a metro station. A quarter mile is absolutely walking distance. What we have seen is that up and down the corridor on residential structures, the garages are not filled. That is because people choose to not have cars. Cars cost a lot of money. They'd rather spend the money on the rent than on a car parked in the basement that they're only going to use once in a while, given all the other transit type of options we have around here. So I don't think the amount of traffic that would be generated by the extra stories in the building, I don't think will be particularly noticed in any of these neighborhoods. I am absolutely concerned about cut-through traffic. After all, I live in this neighborhood. But part of that's controlled by Google Maps and Waze, and we don't have a lot of influence on that, other than continue to keep those yield streets as yield streets and have the stop signs and have the speed bumps that make it just not a pleasant thing to drive through by anybody who's trying to get through. So I think we can the traffic is addressed too by the extra height and the extra density here. What do we get from it? We get a greater likelihood of having that metro entrance built because it creates more demand for it and it creates additional revenues that can be used to dedicate to that. I see the additional force, and I think the county's design team has looked at that and also feels that an additional 4 stories as far as people walking along the street really isn't noticeable, especially with setbacks. So I think that really is, that helps ameliorate the concerns about the extra height. Finally, we are getting a lot of this. We get additional affordable housing, we get additional contributions to transit, we get additional wider sidewalks, we get some green space in this block, which right now is nothing but broken concrete and pavement and one small building, we will get additional park space, and that is important for this neighborhood. So we're getting quite a number of benefits if we can get the extra height here, the extra density. And I think the concerns, which I absolutely understand those concerns of the neighborhood because I've had them too, but those concerns in my mind have been ameliorated sufficiently that in doing the balancing, it's better to have the extra heightened density. So I'm not really giving a question here. I guess I'm giving more of my thinking on this matter and throwing out to my fellow commissioners for reactions and responses.
Commissioner Sarli, I'll go to you in the commissioner's role.
I guess I'll react briefly. I think my concern here is the commission's getting ahead of staff in planning. So that's sort of in a nutshell. And I think with that comes some risks and some unintended consequences that we could potentially run into. And to react a little bit to Commissioner Lantelmi's comments, you know, the whole is greater than the sum of the parts. So I think, you know, the possibility that the massing of this particular unit, where there was this intended, which I think is a genuine design approach that does have positive impact in the urban fabric. In other words, these aesthetic concerns are not something we should dismiss out of hand because they do have positive impact, a la biophilia, all these other issues we've had. So my hesitancy to the 16th story is one, sort of being a little bit out of touch with some of the neighbors and some of the neighbors' concerns, which I think are legitimate, and then also the unintended impact of shadows. And I understand that, yes, we can do these studies and the shadows are not impacting the homes directly, but I think as the whole, as the composition starts to evolve, you know, that differentiation between blocks, the bullseyes, the nodes, the valleys, all these things actually do have significant quality impact. And so I hesitate to sort of get ahead of staff in planning and sort of the sector plan and envisioning. Thanks.
Please. Yeah, I'm going to go to Commissioner Lantelmi and then to you, Commissioner Schultz. Sorry.
Actually, I agree with you, Commissioner Sarli. We probably are getting a bit ahead of planning staff here. And I think partly that's our role, to be thinking larger and give an indication to staff where we're coming from in our recommendations to the county board. So yes, you're right, we are a bit here. I certainly feel that I am. And I do feel that's part of what my role is here on the commission, to send those signals that maybe it is time to be looking at things. I actually do agree with some of the neighborhood comments about, and this gets into a larger topic, but that we do need more comprehensive planning for these type of things. I'm 100% with them on that we will be needing to look at the bullseye approach and whether it's outmoded or needs to be modified, but we should be doing this on a more comprehensive basis rather than on a block by block basis. However, we have this in front of us now. We have the site plan of the special glove studies procedure that we are following, and I'm giving my best advice given the current restraints we have for our procedures. But yes, you're right. I am getting up ahead of our planning staff right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Lantelmi. Commissioner Schroll.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In response to Commissioner Sarli, I mean, I understand the concerns about getting in front of staff or out in front of them on planning, but I mean, I think as has been indicated, and I would like to get further confirmation on this shortly, there aren't current plans to update the courthouse sector plan or the wider addendum. I mean, we updated the courthouse square addendum several years ago, but again, I'd like to get confirmation on that. But we, as far as I'm aware, we don't have current plans to update these documents or any sector plan that I'm aware of. And so special glove studies are the way in which we do this now. That is not ideal, and I'd like to have a little colloquy with staff about that here shortly. But given where we are, Commissioner Sarli, we have to kind of make the best out of these processes. And yeah, again, it's not an ideal situation. I think a more comprehensive approach would be preferred. And I share the sentiments of members of the public who would like a more robust planning process akin to what they had in previous decades. We're not doing that now. And so, which is unfortunate. But given that, and some of the things we see in the CIP and others, I'm comfortable with 12 here. We're within half a mile of fixed route transit. There's many options here. I'm comfortable with 12, given where we are and what we would get with it, which would help provide a lot of the community benefits that we're hearing from some of the public speakers. Now, you don't get that with 6 stories. You get that with 12 or 16. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I deal back. And as I mentioned, I do have some questions for staff when the time is appropriate.
Thank you, Commissioner Schroll. Other questions on this before I think Commissioner Schroll, I'll give the floor back to you on the broader topics.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Murphy or Mr. Pfeiffer, a couple questions to you. So, I mean, in the staff report, it does mention that staff is not supportive of 16 stories because you would like to have a more comprehensive study to evaluate that possibility. To you, Mr. Murphy, is there a comprehensive study that's in the CPHD work plan for the next year or two, or that you're aware of?
Clarifying question, Commissioner Schroll, for the courthouse area or within the Roslyn Boston corridor?
Let's start with courthouse, and then we could ask more broadly.
I'm not currently aware that an update to a new addendum to the courthouse sector plan addendum is currently on our work plan, but our work plan is revisited annually, and as priorities arise that are recognized by the county board, planning commission, the work plan is updated annually.
Okay, and I would suspect that Mr. Fusarelli, who's in the audience tonight, would correct any of this if it's wrong. Good to have you here. Kind of following up on that, as was noted, I think this, these documents are, the most recent one is nearly 30 years old, and the one that it amended is 41 years old. What does the American Planning Association or kind of other planning bodies give as kind of the recommended duration of a planning document for like a sector plan or a corridor plan?
I can't speak specifically to what the American Planning Association recommends. I do know that our sector plans can vary in terms of their timelines and their horizons. For example, the Crystal City sector plan was adopted in 2010 and envisions development, I believe, through 2050. So a 40-year horizon, I believe.
And then how many special GLUP studies are in the queue currently, and how many are for planned areas?
I don't have that answer for you right at the moment.
Ms. Brown?
I might have it, though.
Hi, I'm Kelly Brown. I'm with the Comprehensive Planning Group. So I can answer that question about special GLUP studies. Right now, we have currently one project that is anticipated for Tier 1 review this fall. We have a Tier 2 study that is underway. It's the Sunrise Special GLUP study. We have another study that has been recommended for Tier 2 review. That's the Melrose site. The Melwood site. And then we also have a third study that's been recommended for Tier 2 review, and that's on South East Street.
Okay, and is it true that there is also a special GLUP request for the adjacent block to this, one block east?
Yes, that's the Tier 1 study. It's been posted on the website that will be considered this fall.
So given that we're hearing, thank you, Ms. Brown, given that we're hearing or receiving special GLUP studies for adjacent blocks, is it not worth staff's time, since you do spend a lot of time and effort on this collectively, to be doing something more comprehensive instead of doing several one-off studies for adjacent blocks? I know you couldn't anticipate that before it happened, but that's the situation in which we're about to be in.
So when the Courthouse West Special GLUP study was first considered in Tier 1, there were a number of different options considered for how to approach the site, and a small area planning process was one of the options considered. At the time, there was not an identification of resources and prioritization to consider this area more comprehensively, and that's why a single site study was pursued. Certainly, I think a comprehensive approach is ideal, but right now our work plan is focused on other priorities.
I appreciate staff's answers. I'll certainly have more when we get to motions, and I thank staff.
Thank you, Commissioner Schroll. Any other questions from anyone on this? I don't see anything from Commissioner Patel. I think that means we've sort of gotten through our topics. Are there any plates or bowls or balls or lawn darts that I've dropped? All right. Formally, Commissioner Bagley, I would go to you, although I suspect that you might be leaning towards, for a motion, although I suspect you might be leaning towards deferring, or maybe you could give us a motion to get something on the floor to begin working with.
I would, but I didn't bring any motions with me.
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, well, my apologies for not giving you a heads up on that. Commissioner Schroll.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would move that the Planning Commission recommend that the County Board adopt the attached resolution to the staff report dated August 30th, 2022, to adopt the Courthouse West Special General Land Use Plan Study document as shown in Attachment 2.
Yeah, I'll second that.
Moved by Commissioner Schroll, seconded by Commissioner Lantelmi. Am I right, Commissioner Schroll? That's the staff recommended motion that you've put on the floor for us to start with. Thank you.
Yeah, I'd like to amend that motion.
I'll go to you, Commissioner Lantelmi.
I would move that the Planning Commission recommend to the County Board that the final clause of the resolution to adopt the Courthouse West Special General Land Use Plan Study document be modified to read, now therefore be it resolved that based on the aforementioned considerations, deliberations, and all public comments, the County Board of Arlington County finds that the Courthouse West Special General Land Use Plan Study document set forth in Attachment 2 should be and is thereby adopted with the additional provision that a site plan review committee addressing any project proposed for this site may consider a mixed-use residential height of up to 16 stories.
Second.
So that's moved by Commissioner Lantelmi, seconded by Commissioner Schroll. Commissioner Lantelmi, let me, before asking you to speak to your motion, you circulated a draft of this to members of the commission. Have you changed the language?
No, I have not.
Thank you. So anyone who has a device, you are now able to see it. Madam Clerk, did you get this? If you want to put it on the screen, that would be helpful. Commissioner Lantelmi, let me ask you then to speak to your motion.
Sure. I probably went through it when I spoke to massing and height as to why I believe that this is appropriate. This doesn't require 16 stories, but it does give the flexibility for it. I think that for all the reasons that I had discussed earlier, this is appropriate for this site. And I will have a further motion about further planning.
Is that the correct
And it's up
one?
there on the screen, actually. I have not made that yet, but that's what I intend to make as a follow-up to this.
So a little bit of a sneak full preview. Is there anyone else who would like to be heard on the motion before us? It's the first larger paragraph on the screen. Commissioner Peterson.
Thank you. So I wanted to say I appreciate Commissioner Lantelmi's motion, and also just to make sure the community knows that we are not approving a 16-story building, as he said. We are giving the option to allow staff to potentially negotiate up to that height if they provide community benefits that the Planning Commission thinks are valuable.
That's correct.
And so I just wanted to say that I personally would only be supportive of something going up to 16 stories. I'm already skeptical of it, but if there was significant promise during the SPRC process that we are getting a lot of affordable housing and a lot of housing that is affordable to two teachers who live in Arlington and have two kids and want to live in a 3-bedroom condo or apartment building. And so if I don't see that that is going to be an option, I would not support 16 stories during the SPRC process, but I think it's interesting to allow staff to negotiate for options like that. Thank you.
I'm going to go to Commissioner Bagley and then back over to you, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I cannot support this only because it defines up to 16 stories. What's before us tonight is to recommend that the county board approves 12 stories. While I'm not a big advocate of capping, and I don't think the county board is either, but I would like to think that the SPRC process, site plan review committee process, enables all of us to entertain higher heights and other things, and I would like to see that actually tabled to that process. And I would strongly recommend for the neighbors that are here that you stay ultra involved in this. I appreciate your being out tonight, both in person and online, because at the end of the day, you're going to have to live next to this. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Bagley. Commissioner Sarli?
All right. I, too, don't think I can support this. I find that 12 is a reasonable compromise. And I think, as I stated before, I'm a little hesitant to get ahead of sort of planning and fully addressing the impacts of a 16-story building. I am very much supportive of higher density, particularly along the corridor and public transportation access and in these zones. So it's not that I'm opposed to the concept. I think it's just, I think the process is a little lacking is really my main concern here.
I think Commissioner Schroll, did you also want to go?
Yeah, I mean, I made comments earlier about the rationale to have additional height here. I don't think I necessarily need to restate those, but I will be supporting the motion.
Okay. For what it's worth, I also intend to support the motion. I think for less, I want to be able to say that I support it because of the housing. Honestly, the thing that animates me the most is that I think that if the zoning district says that the board has the discretion to go up to 16 stories, I don't know that I'm comfortable with a special GLUP study document being the source of provisions that limit the discretion of the board beyond what I think that our limits should be in the zoning ordinance, and that it should be, for a lot of reasons. That's where the rules are, but also, we want people to have a better ability to see what the rules are and to educate themselves what the rules are and to understand it. And so there's sort of a there's sort of a where. There's a high-level abstract thing animating my decision, but also, I for what it's worth, I still believe that the Arlington Way is a thing that's good, and part of the Arlington Way is that we as a community have been incredibly successful at leveraging this concept of people call it community benefits or mitigation for excess density, or whatever the language is that we use now. We have been very, very good at leveraging that to get the built environment that is closer to what we aspire to. And I would rather be able to have that conversation about what does community benefits look like for 16 stories than not. Do I think that, that there's a presumption in favor of 16 stories? I don't know that I do, but I would rather have that discussion at the SPRC process. That's where I fall on it, so I'll be supporting it as well. I think we're ready to call the roll on Commissioner Lantelmi's amendment. Is there anyone else who wants to be heard?
So I don't think, given where we are now, I don't know if you need to call the roll unless Commissioner Patel has joined us.
Has Commissioner Patel joined us?
Yes, she has.
Oh, there you go.
Commissioner Patel, do you wish to be heard on this matter?
No, but I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Schroll. And thank you, Commissioner Patel. So I'm going to call the roll. I'll start with you, Commissioner Bagley.
Nay.
Commissioner Guerin is absent, as is Commissioner Hughes. Commissioner Lantelmi.
Aye.
Commissioner Patel.
Aye.
Commissioner Peterson. Aye. Commissioner Sarli.
Nay.
Commissioner Schroll.
Aye.
Commissioner Steinberger is absent. I vote aye. The motion carries 5-2. 4-3.
Petitioner Patel has not heard or observed this hearing.
I'm going to ask that we stay in order. Commissioner Patel is present and is entitled to vote. I have Commissioner Bagley as nay, Commissioner Lantelmi as aye, Commissioner Patel as aye, Commissioner Peterson as aye, Commissioner Sarli is nay, Commissioner Schroll is aye, Commissioner Steinberger is absent, and I vote aye. So that's 5-2.
Patel did not attend the hearing except for the time.
I'm going to ask that the room be in order, please. Commissioner, does anyone else have any additional motions?
Yes, I have one additional motion.
Commissioner Lantelmi.
I move that the Planning Commission recommend that the County Board recommend that the county manager initiate a study to determine the appropriateness of continuing to use a bullseye approach to heights between metro stations in the areas governed by the Courthouse, Clarendon, Virginia Square, and Ballston sector plans.
Is there a second? Commissioner Schroll seconds. Commissioner Lantelmi, do you wish to be heard on this motion?
Yes, I'm recommending this, again, I referred to this in some of my earlier comments, but as we've heard, actually in the staff report itself and from various other communities, that if we're going to be doing things like this, the approach, the block-by-block approach really isn't the best way to do it, and I agree with that. I think that we really should be looking at the corridors, the troughs between the stations. I'm not talking about on the edges of the communities, because I think it's appropriate to have the tapering there. But this is to address the troughs between the metro stations and whether we should consider additional height in those areas, given the shortage of land that we have, the high price of land, and as we mentioned, the crying need for additional housing and community facilities. So I think that this would be an appropriate study at this point for us to make.
Is there anyone else who would like to be heard on this? Commissioner Schroll.
I'll just be brief. I will concur with Commissioner Lantelmi, and we do need to do some comprehensive planning, and if it's not going to be in a fulsome update to sector plans, then something like an in-between study or something like we've done previously could be appropriate here, and I thank Commissioner Lantelmi for putting forward the motion.
Anyone else wish to be heard on this motion? Commissioner Sarli.
I guess I'll speak. I guess I have a little bit of a hang-up or trepidation on the notion of sort of using the term bullseye on the motion as sort of almost trying to dismiss it. I think, as much as we can keep these terms neutral, I'm not sure if I'm sort of over-concerned with this, but I think the motion, as far as it is encouraging staff to implement or have plans become part of the process and sort of aggressively plan, I am strongly in support of this motion.
Anyone else? I'm going to support the motion insofar as I agree that we need to entertain the concept of thinking about the RB as a spine and be realistic about some of the ways in which assumptions that were made when the bullseye model was adopted have not borne out, right? When the bullseye model was adopted, we had a different idea of how far people would walk to get to Metro. It was closer to a quarter or a third of a mile. And I think that now we have a pretty clear understanding that people will walk up to half a mile. That alone completely changes the pattern of development warranted around Metro. I'm not saying that I think that everything, half a mile should be, from Metro, should be 16 stories, far from it. But it's an example of some of the ways in which the vaunted, and appropriately so, model have would benefit from being thought through from a contemporary lens. I do want to note that I think that I also appreciate what staff what y'all are doing in thinking and being wary about committing your entire work plan to nothing but area studies from here on forward. There are more important things that staff needs flexibility to do that are more urgent. I mean, we can infer that from outcome, right? From the fact that the Ballston sector plan hasn't been adopted and updated in 40 years. I mean, we can infer from outcome that there are things that have been more important, and resources are finite. So that's my hesitation in encouraging us to sort of continue to double down on area planning, but I do support the intent, and so I'll be supporting the motion. Commissioner Patel, I got out ahead of you in case you wanted to be heard on this one.
No, I concur with the comments of everybody that's already spoken. I intend to support the motion as well.
Thank you. I'm going to call the roll then. Commissioner Bagley?
Aye.
Commissioner Giron and Commissioner Hughes are absent. Commissioner Lantelmi?
Aye.
Commissioner Patel?
Aye.
Commissioner Peterson?
Aye.
Commissioner Sarli?
Aye.
Commissioner Schroll?
Aye.
Commissioner Steinberger is absent. I vote aye. Motion carries 7-0. Does anyone else have a motion on this matter?
So I do, Mr. Chairman, but I think it can stand on its own after we approve the main motion as amended. And it's
I'm fine with that. We'll go to the main motion. I'll ask generally if anyone wants to speak to the main motion as amended. Then Commissioner Bagley.
Abstain.
Commissioner Giron is absent. Commissioner Hughes is absent. Commissioner Lantelmi?
Aye.
Commissioner Patel?
Aye. Aye.
Commissioner Peterson?
Aye.
Commissioner Sarli?
Aye.
Commissioner Schroll?
aye.
Commissioner Steinberger is absent. I vote aye. The motion carries, and I want to note that the motion carries 6-0, reminding my colleagues, as the county manager reminded us a little over a year and a half ago, that the effect of an abstention is to reduce the denominator. So it'll be recorded as 6-0 to 1. It's the technical word is immaterial, but had it been closer, right? I just want to remind everyone of that because we got into some trouble with it a couple of years ago, and hopefully we don't do that again. Less said on that, the better. So the motion carries 6-0 to 1. Commissioner Schroll.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I have an additional motion. Okay if I make it now, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, please, sir.
All right, thank you. So I would move that whereas, and sorry, before I start this, Madam Clerk, would you mind putting the motion up on the screen? Whereas Arlington County has allowed at least 2 sector plans, Courthouse and Ballston, to become more than 40 years old, and whereas these outdated sector plans do not provide appropriate planning guidance for Arlington County in 2022, as they include outmoded concepts or references to buildings that have already been constructed, And whereas buildings constructed pursuant to these sector plans are ending their useful lives, and it is not in the interest of the county to have new buildings built to 40-year-old urban planning standards. And whereas county planning staff have spent substantial time undergoing special general land use plan studies, in part because of the absence of more recent sector plan guidance. Now, therefore, be it resolved that it is the sense of the Planning Commission that Arlington County should update and maintain all its sector plan and corridor plans on a periodic and consistent basis to respond to changing demographics, planning best practices, and county goals. Be it further resolved that the Planning Commission believes that the special GLUP study process should not be used as an alternative to updating and maintaining sector plans.
Second, do you need a second?
It does require a second.
Yeah, I'll second that.
So, thank you. It is moved by Commissioner Schroll, seconded by Commissioner Lantelmi. Commissioner Schroll, I'm going to start by asking you if you want to speak to your motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll do so briefly. I mean, I think we heard from members of the public their dismay and in that we're doing a lot of planning on a spot-by-spot basis. You're hearing from some planning commissions, including Commissioner Sarli to my rear, who also raised some concerns about that. This is happening because we have 40-year-old guidance that we're not updating. And it's happening in planned areas. We're seeing more and more of these special GLUP studies in planned areas. Just the planning guidance is older than half the planning commission. There are 4 or 5 planning commissioners on the commission that are, for which this planning guidance is older than they are. And so, you know, there needs to be a process to do it. It shouldn't be the special GLUP study process. This should not be the default standard. And if it's going to be, then it needs to be much more robust than it is. And so for that reason, I think we should have a sense of the Planning Commission that there should be some process in place. It may not need to look exactly like what we did for Realize Roslyn or Courthouse, decades ago. But the current process is seeing some challenges, and for that reason, I put forward the motion in front of you, and would welcome your feedback and look forward to the discussion.
Thank you, Commissioner Schroll. Before I go to other members of the commission, I'm going to do something that I wish I had done while discussing Commissioner Lantelmi's motion. But if it's any solace, you'll have an opportunity to address it directly with the people who actually get to vote on it. And I'm going to go to Mr. Fusarelli and ask if you have any comments or thoughts or any staff, if you wish to defer on this topic generally. If not, that's fine. But want to at least give you an opportunity to comment or weigh in. All right. Brevity is the soul of wit. Any other commissioners want to be heard on this? Commissioner Bagley.
Yeah, I just have a clarification or a comment as the former president of Balsa Virginia Square Civic Association, where there has been a bunch of buildings built there, despite having a very old sector plan, which all of us within the organization were constantly saying it probably should be updated, but it didn't stop all those buildings from being built. And so I just wanted to clarify the sense of this. I will support this, but I just want to clarify that things have been built, more modern things, despite an old sector plan.
Yeah, and that's well taken, Commissioner Bagley. It's not to say that things won't be built. There might be a building that will be built pursuant to 1993 and 1981 planning guidance here. I think that the challenge that I see is that as we continue to rely on decisions that were first formulated in the late 70s, early 80s for some of our major planning corridors, are those still the planning objectives that we have in 2022? And for some things, they still ring true, and they're still there, and they're still planning objectives, and they have carried us for decades, and we still live by them. But like a key one that's different now, one was how far people are going to walk to transit. That's a key one. Another is just bike facilities. That has changed dramatically in the last 40 years. And so best practices for some of that has changed. The other is how much emphasis do we want to put on, things like our building energy and things of that nature. Well, we probably want to put a ton on that. We spend 58% of our energy comes from buildings in the county. So without updating these planning documents, it's a missed opportunity to emphasize things like that, or biophilia, or anything else that people care about. These are some of my pet issues, but I know there's others on the commission, urban forestry, et cetera. I think it's just a missed opportunity to try to tackle some of those issues.
I have another, Commissioner Lantelmi, I'll go to you first.
Yeah, I will be supporting this motion, and I see it also as a way to, we have a lot of very old plans. The buildings are getting old. They are being torn down. They're being planned to be redone. Every time a developer comes in, they always want something different, and that's for good reason, because techniques have changed. As mentioned, transportation has changed radically. We now have much more work from home. What uses of buildings have changed. We need more flexibility in a lot of ways. All of our plans, we're never going to be having the full-blown sector plan anymore. I think the Plan Lancaster Boulevard is probably the last one we'll see in our lifetimes. That doesn't mean that they're going to be valid for the next 40, 50, 60 years. What we have to do is understand that these are living documents that will have to be looked at regularly, to be updated, to stay current to the changing demographics of this county, the changing methods of transportation, and all the other things that are happening that we can't even foresee right now. It's almost arrogant for us to think that a plan that we make today will still be valid 40 years from now. I think that what we're trying to do is indicate by this that we need to find a way forward that we can more efficiently, maybe even cheaply, with the same time using full Arlington Way community participation to get these plans updated, so we're not always just spending a lot of time on individual pieces, individual blocks, which causes the very valid concerns that neighborhoods have. Like, why are you doing this when we have a plan already in place? We have to make all of us understand that these are living documents and will need to be changed. And I think this will help kick off that search for how do we want to do this? What are going to be the methods, the processes, the procedures we will be using to make that happen and still do all the work we need to do otherwise?
I have a question, and I don't know if this is from Mr. Murphy in the context of the special GLUB study or Ms. Brown in the context of comprehensive planning generally. One of the concerns that we heard from public comment was a fear that this project looked like spot zoning. I guess what I want to know is if we are in a situation where we continue to have outdated sector plans and continue to do block-sized special GLUB studies and projects, what distinguishes that from spot zoning? I have an instinct that it's not spot zoning, but I don't know how to articulate to myself that I don't share the fear that the commenters share. So I want to kick that one over to the two of you or perhaps your colleagues.
I'll give this a shot. So I think it's important to remember that what we are looking at through a special general land use plan study is the general land use plan and what is the appropriate land use vision for a particular location. So the county board has the opportunity to consider the land use vision for the community, whether that be for a corridor, for a small area, or for specific sites if the current guidance is inadequate or outdated. So that's what's happening through our process. And through that process, the county board, if it so chooses, approves a request to advertise a potential change to the general land use plan. That's something that's within their purview. And then they consider a requested change, an action to change the general land use plan at a formal public hearing that can go along with a request for a rezoning that would be appropriate for the vision for that site. So it's very different from spot zoning, in which you're looking at changing the zoning for a site out of context with the surrounding area. Our special general land use plan studies is something furthermore that was provided for through county board an adopted policy to look at areas where there is insufficient guidance or were not previously anticipated through other planning processes. So I hope that helps answer the question.
So because the amendment to the GLUP precedes in some measure, in some way, the change to the any amendments to the zoning districts, to the zoning map, and because the amendments to the zoning map are consistent with the amendment to the GLUP, it's not what is meant by spot zoning. Am I misunderstanding you?
I don't have at my fingertips a definition of spot zoning, but I can tell you that the county board considering a change to the general land use plan is something within their purview. And then a requested rezoning that is, can be approved. And if it is consistent with the general land use plan, then that's also something that the county board has the right to consider.
I find that very helpful. Thank you. Yeah, that is helpful to me. Anyone else want to be heard or ask anything on this? Commissioner Sarli?
With the statement that I will be supporting and strongly support what's been said by Commissioner Scholl and Commissioner Lantelmi relative to the planning updating, I will now contradict myself and say urban planning is something that takes time, right? It doesn't turn on a dime, and that's sort of inherent. And I think that we also have to have a certain level of perseverance, and perhaps this is a little bit of was I reacting to the bullseye motion earlier on? Some of these things haven't had a chance to actually be implemented, and we're already dismissing them out of hand. So that's a little bit where I get a little bit concerned. Having said that, I think updating plans or adapting them to the current and transportation, et cetera, is absolutely valid and something we ought to be pursuing. So I strongly support this, but with the caveat that urban planning is a slightly longer cycle than the usual design process.
Commissioner Schroll, I don't think that I'll be supporting this, and it's important to me that I explain why. I think I agree with everything that you're writing, with the text of the resolution. I would like to be able to consider the resolution in the context of our feedback on the planning staff's annual work plan, because I believe that some deference to that is in order in this case, and I would be more comfortable thinking about it in that context. I may even be willing to support it, if it were to come back again in that context, although I think I'm probably going to be the only nay vote tonight, so who knows. And I say that on the record just because Commissioner Sarli, you'll be representing us. If one of the board members asks, what's up with this one objecting vote, I don't want the sense to be that someone thought it was a terrible idea. It's more of a procedural or a timing issue for me than it is the substance of the point. If you want to respond, I'm happy to hear your thoughts on that.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I appreciate you explaining your no vote. I might just attempt to dissuade you from that briefly, which is to say that in my 7.5 years on the commission, I have not, aside from the plan Langston, so that's a new planning corridor. I have, I guess, realized Roslyn happened right before I got on the commission and was adopted right then. But in terms of some of the old planning documents that we're talking about, Ballston, Courthouse, they've not even been part of the conversation. And I get it. Staff has to manage lots of things, and I don't envy them in that regard. They're juggling a lot. And my remarks, I think, sometimes might be seen as disparaging to staff, but it's not intended in that way. I know they do a lot of good work. The problem I see is that it's not even a topic of conversation. It's not even in the parking lot for ideas we want to get to when we. So I understand your reticence, but I think if we don't talk about it a lot and talk about it any chance we get, it's never even going to be on the short list of ideas. And we won't even come up with a way to get to yes on how we come up with some plan to have more recent planning guidance for several of our planning corridors. So I can understand you still might want to vote no, but I just wanted to have an opportunity to rebut quickly.
Yeah, that's fair enough. Commissioner Patel, I want to affirmatively reach out in case you want to be heard on this.
No, I intend to support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Patel. Not seeing any other lights, I'm going to call the roll. And Commissioner Schroll, I'll give it some thought as I hear what people have to say, I guess. That's the time I have to give it some thought. Starting with Commissioner Bagley.
Aye.
Commissioner Gearin and Commissioner Hughes are absent. Commissioner Lantelmi.
Aye.
Commissioner Patel.
Aye.
Commissioner Peterson.
Aye.
Commissioner Sarli.
Aye.
Commissioner Schroll.
Aye.
Commissioner Steinberger is absent. You spoke persuasively, Commissioner Schroll, but I think I still have to object. Commissioner Sarli, I hope that you're able, should you be asked to, explain the situation. The motion carries 6-1. Are there any other motions on this matter? Madam Clerk, I believe that disposes of the matter for us.
Okay.
Would you call the next item? And let me just say thank you also to our public speakers. I echo Commissioner Bagley's invocation that you continue to stay involved. This will, my apologies to anyone who already knows this, this process will in some ways start from scratch at a much more intensive level, right? Where the real questions about how many stories are appropriate are asked, and the real questions about what kind of mitigation or community benefits to justify and support that increased density are dealt with. At this point, all we've done is say, let's make some sausage. The actual making starts at the SPRC process, and I hope that you continue to stay involved. And thank you to everyone who showed up, staff and applicants. Now, Madam Clerk, will you call the next item?
Okay. Our next item will be the PC committee reports and other businesses pertaining only to the Planning Commission.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'm going to, before we get to the reports, in the interest of time, and I hope that we can wrap this up expeditiously. I know people have some thoughts, but I don't think it's going to take us too long. I'm going to do the bylaws amendments first, and then we'll do committee reports. Mr. Fusarelli, once you are settled, I'm going to go to you for introducing the matter.
Okay.
And I don't know, Madam Clerk, I don't know who has to flip the switch so that we can see the slides.
Yeah, we're working on it. Okay.
All right. Good evening, Chair Weir and members of the Planning Commission. Anthony Fusarelli with the Planning Division. Very happy to be here with you all tonight in person, and Commissioner Patel remotely. On that topic, this evening I'd like to present a very brief overview for the Commission's benefit of highlighting some really important considerations and elements of how we are approaching hybrid Commission meetings going forward, beginning last week, September 1. We had the newly enacted 2022 Electronic Meetings Bill go into effect statewide across the Commonwealth of Virginia. With several exceptions, most county board approved advisory boards and commissions may conduct 2 or 25% of its annual meetings in a fully virtual format. Unfortunately, as I'm sure you're already aware, the Planning Commission is among a few select groups that actually is not allowed to have any meetings 100% virtually. However, there are provisions for electronic participation by individual members when certain criteria are met. And as you all know, this commission at your last meeting in July adopted a policy addressing the electronic participation of members of this commission going forward. Just as a quick overview, there are essentially 4 various scenarios in which a member may participate virtually. Whether they have a disability or a medical condition themselves that prevents their physical attendance at a meeting, or whether they have a family member with a similar medical condition for which they must provide care, and that prevents them from physically attending a meeting. The third item in the state code shouldn't really apply to this commission, I don't expect, but if a principal residence of a member is more than 60 miles outside of Arlington, that also enables them to participate remotely. These 3 scenarios have no limits in terms of the number of times a member may participate electronically over the course of the year. The fourth and final scenario is that members may be unable to attend meetings due to a personal matter, and they must identify with specificity the nature of that personal matter. In this scenario, they actually are limited to either 2 meetings or 25% of the meetings held per calendar year, whichever is greater. Should note that on the right-hand side of the slide, you see 4 parameters or requirements that really must be met for any members to participate electronically. First, there needs to be an in-person physical quorum, as is the case this evening, with the 6 of you all here present. You've already adopted electronic meetings policy in July, so that is covered. But anytime a member is interested in participating remotely, they must make a request to the chair. The chair must approve that request. And then there's requirements for how the minutes capture and reflect the reason for the virtual participation and other details. There are several other elements in the electronic meetings bill. In the interest of time, I'm not going to read all of these here tonight. But an important point to note is that going forward, the public must continue to have an opportunity to comment through electronic means, including written comments, as well as having the option to participate and testify in person, again, which was evidenced here tonight in the previous hearing item. Also, no more than 2 members can participate remotely from the same physical location, unless that location is also physically accessible to the broader public. Going forward, the staff team has been working diligently to understand all the details of this new legislation and ensuring we are operating and practicing in accordance with that. So how our meeting minutes are captured for all hybrid meetings going forward, we will work to ensure that we are fully in compliance with the requirements of the state code, including details you see here in terms of the reasons for electronic participation when that happens, specifying the nature of a personal matter when that is the reason for remote participation, and also identifying the location from which a member might be participating. Going forward, we fully expect, as with most other commissions in the county, that our meetings will be hybrid. So we will continue to use a combination of in-person and virtual techniques, including the individual member participation we just covered, continuing to rely on online public comment forms as we have been over the past several years since the start of COVID, and continuing to incorporate public testimony virtually and in person. On the presentations, we will be flexible in terms of staff presentations, subject matter experts, applicants, and others, and you should expect a combination of in-person and virtual participation on the presentations side of things. So I know shortly you'll be getting into a discussion of proposed revisions to this commission's bylaws. There's really two key components, I think, that are embedded in the substance of those revisions. The first is this concept of SPRC subgroups, or Site Plan Review Committee subgroups, which may also involve Long-Range Planning Committee subgroups for certain projects under certain circumstances. But really here, the concept is to have the bylaws explicitly speak to the ability to establish subgroups for site plan reviews that are specific to a particular project. In many ways, this is formalizing past practice, but also modifying that to an extent. But in concept, the subgroup becomes a distinct public body established by this commission with a formally adopted roster. And later this evening, I think you'll be considering proposed rosters for several subgroups prospectively being created. The importance of the subgroup really is it allows us to allow maximum flexibility in terms of electronic participation so that the math associated with the electronic participation limits are applied to the subgroups independently from all other commission meetings or committee meetings that don't have a subgroup established. The other important part that you'll see in the proposed bylaws is the establishment of quorums for committees and subgroups. Historically, the commission's committees have operated as committees of the whole, and they have not, for that reason, needed a quorum. They've been committees for discussion. Actions are not taken in those environments. The updates to the Virginia Code require an in-person quorum be physically assembled in order for any members to participate electronically. And that's a really important point to stress and really was an impetus for some of the proposed revisions to the bylaws because without establishing or proposing a quorum for the committees, the quorum would essentially be the whole commission. Sorry, excuse me. The quorum would be calculated based on the makeup of the whole commission and requiring with 10 members currently, 6 members would need to be physically present. For the subgroups, the current proposal is that 3 members of the subgroup or the committees would comprise a quorum. And so long as that in-person quorum is assembled, other members can participate electronically. So with that, I am hopeful that that provides a brief but sufficient overview of some of the details of the new legislation, what it means and what implications it may have for the work of this commission going forward and how meetings are approached and managed. And with that, I'd be happy to hand it back over to Chair Weir, and if there are any questions, or if there are any questions that arise in the context of the bylaws conversation, happy to address them.
So thank you, Mr. Fusarelli. I want to go over a couple of, I just want to categorize a few comments that I've gotten from people and then open the floor to questions. But first I want to thank, Mr. Fusarelli and Mr. Pfeiffer, you're here, but obviously it was not just the two of you that were in that meeting, for instance, with Commissioner Patel and I. I know that Aaron was there and Kelly was there. It was, that obviously your whole team and then some have been involved in getting us to the spot of being able to have this conversation. And I can't thank you enough for the work that you've put in and the patience that you've had with me and with Devanshi and others as we try to work through this with you, share our perspectives about how the committees, the ontology of the committees, and to get to a place where we are able to welcome remote and virtual participation from as broad a perspective as possible, not just members of the commission, but everyone else who participates in these projects. So you got to begin with that. But I have tried, with respect to a few of you failed, but I have tried to speak with everyone who would be participating in tonight's meeting and try to get concerns and questions. Broadly, the categories that they fall into have to do with some language about meetings versus hearings in the bylaws. We've got a fix for that. Whether or not carryovers are separate meetings, we have an answer that they are separate for the purposes of the denominator, a word that you're going to hear more in the next 30 minutes than you will in the rest of the calendar year. Issues about alternates and authority to identify alternates in the process of impaneling these committees so that business can continue. Should there be an issue about someone's ability to attend, editing the roster after it's created, the flexibility of the chair for sources of SPRC participation, process about when from the moment that the opportunity for comment is sent to the public to the actual meetings, when is the SPRSG impaneled, and whether the chair, a few people ask questions about whether the chair has to be present in person. That's probably a best practice. It doesn't mean the chair of the SPRC, it means the chair of the SPRSG, and whether this applies to the zoning committee. And not all of these questions are going to be answered tonight, right? We will almost certainly have to make some further amendments in October and November, who knows when, because this is, by definition, the kind of thing where we are not going to get everything right at 10:10 the first time that we have a chance to vote on it. Before I go to anyone else, Mr. Fusarelli or Commissioner Peterson, are there any categories of questions or issues that we've conversed about that I'm forgetting? Are you going to bring up FMLA?
Yes.
Can we
Just as a future thing.
Can we bracket that out? Okay, go ahead, please do.
Yeah. I just wanted to add, at a future hearing, I will be introducing a motion that I'm going to try to wordsmith over the next couple of months that would acknowledge a commissioner's ability to take FMLA, so that would not count against them in their meeting attendance for the year, as well as it wouldn't count against the commission in a negative way that forces us to have a denominator problem. So, future.
If we know that Sarah and Stephen aren't going to be here, we shouldn't have to drag Stephen out of taking care of his newborn kid just because we can. He's not here. We didn't have to. Yeah, I thank you for thinking about that, really, truly. Mr. Fusarelli, anything?
Yeah, I think you've captured, I think, most of what I recall from recent discussions. I will add on the question of FMLA, happy to engage our county attorney's office in short order to confirm, to try and get clarity or additional insights in terms of their opinion on the ability of whether the bylaws or as the state code currently stands, whether there's any accommodations for that. So we'll be back in touch in short order once got additional information to share.
I know, for instance, that Commissioner Steinberger said that she'll be back in October, right? But I will probably not be here in November. So it would be nice to, if there's an opportunity to take care of it, it would be nice to do that. Questions? I've got Commissioner Schroll, I'm going to go to you, then Commissioner Matelmi, and Commissioner Bagley, and then perhaps Commissioner Zali.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Fusarelli, thank you for your presentation. I have a few questions for you. So in looking at the staff, the proposed language, it didn't see subgroups for ZOCO, and would love staff to kind of explain the thinking there and as to why that couldn't be treated like LRPC, where you might have distinct subgroup for the missing middle discussion, and then paneled, and it would still be planning commissioners most likely, but why that couldn't be done for that too.
Yeah, no, thank you for the question. I don't want to say in absolute terms that it could never be done. I think based on our past practice and experience that we can recall, ZOCO we did not recall any recent history with ZOCO that really warranted or involved kind of a specific makeup of that committee that extended beyond the committee of the whole commission. Not to say that might, we may just want to keep the option open, and there may be no harm in that and no reason not to. I think it was just coming from a place of, for site plan reviews, we know each project essentially has its own specific group of stakeholder voices and potential roster candidates. LRPCs, it depends, right? For a special GLUP study, there probably is an interest in having a subgroup because that same group of individuals will meet several times to focus on a specific project. There are other LRPC conversations which really probably are just going to be committees of the whole, and where a subgroup may not be necessary or desired. ZOCO, again, I think it was just past experience and thinking about very limited instances where that might be something we would want to consider, but no good reason not to at least allow for it to be entertained.
Commissioner Schroll, I want to just add something to Mr. Fusarelli's answer there that might be helpful, and that's that there was a number of questions from the county attorney's office during one of our meetings about the number of times that a subgroup meets. And I think that there was a concern, not a decision, but a question and a concern that if a subgroup is only meeting once, it's not really a subgroup. It's a committee of the whole meeting. And that's reflected in Mr. Fusarelli's answer, but I thought I would just also share, I thought I would make it a little bit more explicit.
So then that's helpful. So then two follow-up questions based on your response, Mr. Fusarelli, and the chairman's further explanation. So one is, does that mean that ZOCO, like if I wanted to attend next week's ZOCO meeting virtually, that counts against my 20% of planning commission meetings I can attend in a year? That's question one. And then two, there are lots of small site plans for which there's only one meeting. And does that mean that by the definition that I just heard, that that's not really a subgroup?
Well, that's one of the reasons that I said it was not an answer from the county attorney. It was a general thread of discussion.
Fair enough.
So on the first question, yes, I think one way to conceptualize it is on an annual basis, if you took all planning commission monthly hearing meetings, and as was mentioned earlier, if you have a carryover, that's that's a second meeting. So if there was a carryover meeting in September, that would be 2 September meetings. If you accounted for all of the monthly hearings over the calendar year, plus all of the ZOCO meetings, assuming that none of them have a subgroup, as currently proposed, and then all the LRPC meetings that also do not have a subgroup, that basically becomes one subset of meetings from which then you can participate with the chair's approval. You can participate remotely for up to 25% of that number. And then the subgroups are treated separately, whereas if you have a subgroup for a particular site plan on North Barton Street, that involves 3 meetings, a member of that subgroup could participate in 2 of those 3 meetings electronically. Again, assuming the other 4 criteria are being met, including the in-person quorum.
Okay, I have like maybe 2 more questions or maybe 1 more, and be nice and just defer to my colleagues here.
Commissioner, can I ask a?
Yeah, absolutely, go ahead.
I'm sorry to interrupt. I guess I should know this because I've been talking with you all. So the denominator then is based on the number of meetings that I attend. So if I'm like, oh, I'm interested in attending the ZOCO meeting, but I can't because I'm going to be in California, and so I want to attend virtually. But if I do, that's going to mess up my ability to attend virtually the December hearing, which I know I might not be able to attend. So it's better for me to not go to the ZOCO meeting at all, or to attend as a member of the public and not talk, than it is for me to attend virtually.
Commissioner Peterson, I think, thanks, Anthony, for, I think the answer is yes, basically. I think that what we're talking about here is the ability to participate in a meeting remotely. So, yes, basically. I don't know that I would couch it in the terms of, it's better to miss a meeting, but I think, following the strict definition of the law, yes, it's participating in the meeting remotely that counts towards it, not necessarily missing a meeting.
And if I could just add to that, just having the opportunity to add to what Mr. Pfeiffer had just said, but looking back at the language, and I'd like to confirm with the specific language of legislation, I think it's framed, the 25% is framed in the meetings held on an annual basis, not attended. Let us get confirmation of that. But in terms of the materials I'm looking at right now, and I think that I had shared, if the denominator becomes the meetings that are held by the commission or the subgroup, not necessarily the meetings attended by an individual member, if that makes sense. I'm hoping that answers your question, but.
I also think, Commissioner Peterson, that you're increasing the denominator, which means you're going to increase the number that you can attend virtually. Yeah.
So it's better.
It's yes.
Okay, yeah. That's like 30.
Well, but the issue here is that we want 22, if 28 if the zoning committee meets 6 times, right? That's a number that can be known to commissioners, right? If it's also all of the SPRC and LRPC meetings, that's an impossible number for us to know and make plans for, which is another reason to sort of carve out the SPRC process and LRPC process here. Commissioner Farrell, sorry.
Yeah, I think I have maybe 2 more. Well, it's 1 more kind of question. It's kind of two-parter. So, Mr. Fusarelli, so with the adoption of the rosters for these subgroups that will be done at a planning commission meeting, we're going to do that in a little bit here for the upcoming SPRCs. Question, kind of 2-part question about how we amend that. So, if we need to amend it, is it only we're going to only do that at a planning commission meeting? And does that mean that if we didn't include an alternate, that we couldn't amend that until we come back to a planning commission meeting again? And then does the adoption, I guess it's a 3-parter, does the adoption of the roster start the whole process? By which I mean, like, we were all off in August. Could we not have done any kind of work on communicating SPRCs to folks or any kind of subgroup until we adopt it at a planning commission meeting.
So I'm going to try and, if I may, try and respond to the first question, then I might need maybe a clarification or
Sure,
perhaps on
that's
the
fine. I
second
know
part of it.
that's three or four parters get a little unwieldy. Sorry about that, Mr. Fisher.
No, that's quite all right. On the first question, this I think was a question that has been relayed recently to staff. This particular question, I would suggest, the commission may consider taking an action or considering future action to incorporate how that gets addressed, perhaps at a subsequent meeting later this fall. The reason being, throughout the course of the second half of the summer, we have been working closely with the county attorney's office on some of basically the proposed revisions that you see here tonight. We would want to further engage and have the benefit of the county attorney's opinion on, I think, the question you just proposed, which is, would it be the best practice for the commission to, formally act on any amendments or updates to the roster if it's adding an alternate, or is it also sufficient alternatively for that to be framed in terms of the discretion of the chair? So recognizing there's various approaches to how that gets addressed, I think we'd appreciate the opportunity to have a little further discussion and perhaps come back, in the October timeframe with some updated thinking that's beyond CPHD planning.
That's helpful. I appreciate that. And I think you kind of answered, I think, most of that. And last thing I'll say is, wherever we land on that, I think I would just request that CPHD he might be already doing this, but just make sure it's really clear to all the other commissions that this is the new way of world. And if they don't respond to Matt's email or something, that there may be some delay in them participating. So I know some of that work's already ongoing, but so that's it, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for indulging the extensive questions, and thank you to staff.
I think I said I was going to go to Commissioner Wettelmy next.
My question is on quorum. For the Planning Commission here, if two of us were missing and we did not have a quorum, we could still have this meeting. We couldn't vote on anything we did today, but we could still have the meeting. All the LRPCs, SPRCs, ZOCOs, there's never votes. There's never any legal thing that we do that has any consequence. If we don't have a quorum, does that mean we can't meet even though we don't make any decisions about anything? Or can we still go ahead and talk?
There could be a scenario where if the commission accepts the proposed bylaws that sets the quorum at 3 for the LRPC, for example, you could have a scenario, albeit not ideal, where 2 planning commissioners show up for that LRPC meeting, and you can have a meeting in person and discuss whatever it is you'd like to discuss. What you cannot do, since you have not met a quorum, is you cannot have any other members participate electronically. And that's the new wrinkle that...
Weird.
It's a function of the new legislation in the Virginia Code that requires, in order to have members of a public body to participate remotely via electronic means, there needs to be an in-person quorum, regardless of whether or not they're taking a vote.
Okay, and the quorum, make sure I fully understand, is just the planning commissioners. It doesn't include the transportation commissioner. It doesn't include the Civic Association president. It doesn't include all the people who are what we could at the table for those meetings.
So actually, for the subgroup construct, the current proposal of the 3, so if you had an SPRC subgroup for a specific site plan, that quorum could be met by members of that subgroup who are not on the planning commission. We do propose, or the language currently
good. That's
proposes, the language currently proposes that at least one planning commissioner be present as part of that in-person quorum.
Well, that makes
Now-
sense to me, too. I have no problem with that.
Whether it's best practice and how the commission wants to operate in terms of having as, more, that's a question for the commission to consider, but the current language doesn't propose being as limiting or restrictive.
Okay, so I'm running an LRPC, and I'm there, and the Transportation Commissioner's there, and the Civic Association President is there. We've now met the quorum. We have the three of us. So the commissioner who is in Dubuque can phone it in, and they can talk, and it's okay.
As long as those other individuals there that are making up the quorum are on the roster or,
Right.
identified by the chair as being an alternate.
Okay, roster. We often allow alternates. We'll have the Civic Association president, but that person has somebody else who can come if they can't go. We've always allowed that substitution in order to have some continuity, make sure they're represented. Is the roster then set that it can only be the one Civic Association representative? Can it be a generic Civic Association representative rather than a specific person?
So if I understood Commissioner Schroll's question earlier, I think they're similar questions, and I think that this question is something we'd want to go back and have further discussions with our county attorney's office on to get clarity. I know the conversations we had earlier this summer was, it was impressed upon us the importance of having specific individuals, but I don't recall getting to the point of discussing alternates. And so that's something that, we're in constant communication with them, and that we would gladly bring that question for further discussion to
Please,
them.
because it's not at all unusual that we have that situation.
Absolutely.
And Commissioner Lantelmi, you'll notice on the three rosters we'll be considering tonight, there are several designations where alternates were provided. So when we reached out, we did say, at the moment, not having, full clarity on this issue, it's important to make sure that we have alternates just in case for the September meeting. So you'll see that on the rosters
Okay,
tonight.
and no matter how many people we have on that roster, because some of our LRPCs can be really big, some of them can be pretty small. Is the quorum the same, or does it depend on how many people are on that roster?
As currently proposed, the quorum would always be 3.
Always 3.
Now, again, there may be other reasons to try and encourage more in-person participation, but for purposes of meeting the quorum for the state code requirements, the current proposal is 3.
Okay, perfect. Those answer my questions. Thank you.
I think Commissioner Bagley, I think I said I was going to go to you next.
Thank you, Mr. Fusarelli, for clarifying some things for me. So just to go back through, I'm chairing an SPRC. I'm hoping that from the roster, at least 2 other warm bodies show up. I mean, it seems to me we're going to have some sort of an account, like Commissioner Chair Ware, before tonight, actively recruited to make sure that we would have people here. So it just seems to me that there's going to have to be some responsibility versus just hoping that, oh, gosh, we do have some warm bodies here. So I guess I am wondering how that would work. And if somebody gives me, so say I'm guessing that somebody from Parks and Rec or somebody from a civic association says, yes, I'm coming, and then 2 of my fellow planning commissioners say, we'll come, or can we come virtually? Me as a chair doesn't make that determination. That's still the chair of the planning commission that makes or is it the chair of the SPRC?
If an SPRC subgroup is created, it's our opinion that the chair of that subgroup is in the position of approving or not approving requests to participate electronically.
Okay. And I guess, as you pointed out, sometimes we have very large groups. Sometimes we have, we're scratching to get anybody there. So, like I said, it seems to me it's going to require a little bit more, perhaps. I mean, certainly as a chair, I've always sent out emails, please let me know if you're coming, blah, blah, blah. But a little more coordination than that to make sure that, we can really do something. And then to figure out when he used like, yeah, I'll be there, that's fine. Or I want to do it online, then, it just is going to require a little bit more coordination. Thank you.
Anyone else have questions? Commissioner Peterson?
Yeah, I just wanted to say, as the SPRC chair of kind of all SPRC meetings, I would like to encourage us as a group to have meetings in person as much as possible, because I think we're going to get more fruitful meetings. Of course, we can make exceptions for medical needs or work travel, but I think when we are communicating with our roster of attendees for our meetings, we can say, please come in person. If you are not able to come in person because of a medical reason or childcare reason or work travel, then we will figure out the way that you'll be able to attend virtually. But I think that might be a good approach, where we don't have to be worried the night of the meeting, is everyone going to show up? Because we're going to get 8 or 9 people every time. And I think that will, and I'm happy to discuss that if people disagree with that approach, but I think that will be a good way to minimize the stress and also get a better meeting.
Yeah, I mean, I concur with that. I mean, I've been looking forward to having these in person again for so long now. So yeah, I'll show. Don't worry about that. It'd be very, very unusual if I try to phone it in. It may happen, but I'll do everything to try to be there. But I can't guarantee that about a lot of the other people, like the Civic Association presidents. You saw that tonight, where we had them participate virtually, and I understand that. So people in this room, I think we really do agree and want to be there. I suspect other commissions will probably be similar, but when you get to people, members of the public, I'm not so sure about that. And I can't make them show.
One thing I wanted to say to roster, other people may disagree with me, Ms. Kaur may disagree with me, but from my perspective, when it comes to roster issues, is that once the boat's out to sea, the chair is the captain of the boat, right? And we have rules about a quorum, and a quorum's got to be met, right? But if we have a roster that says the Transportation Commission's designee is Chris Slatt, and that's it, it's silent as to alternate, and something happens to Chris, and he's not there, but Chris Yeri happens to be there, it is, I think that it is at the discretion of the chair of the SPRSG to say, Mr. Yeri, whether we bring it in as an early public comment or something else, could you share the commission's perspective with us? That's the discretion that the chair has. We might, hopefully we'll have something a little bit more concrete to rely on than the chair in the heat of the moment exercising effective discretion. But if that's our fault, like if that's our safety net, I'm comfortable with that as a safety net.
And now I'm going to be, I'm not a lawyer, I'm not a Virginia lawyer, and I'm not giving legal advice, but thinking like a lawyer, what are the loopholes? You said if we don't have a quorum and a commissioner is remote, they can't then participate. One of the planning commissioners.
That's right.
But if it's a member of the public who is on the line and we ask for comments, they can do it, even if we don't have a quorum. That commissioner could say, I'm acting as a member of the public, and then give their comments then.
I mean, the paper has to be right? Like the report out for the meeting has to indicate.
So-and-so as a member of the public has said that.
If Commissioner Bagley were to speak as Nia, right, that whatever record exists would have to reflect that that's how it transpired.
Right.
Yeah.
See, we're both lawyers. Yeah. We found the loophole.
It's not a loophole, it's a provision. Other questions? So we have, Mr. Fusarelli, Mr. Viver, anything else? Y'all have received, and perhaps Ms. Johnson, you can put it on screen, and we can sort of scroll through the amended, the red line of the bylaws. There are a couple of, I think we go through it, we sort of work session it, and there are a couple of changes that even in the last few days, Commissioner Peterson and Mr. Fusorelli and I have identified. I'll just flag those for you and then entertain a motion to adopt as edited. And so, Ms. Johnson, can I get you to change the under the review tab to from simple to complete markup? Ribbon, thank you. Down and just to the right. Keep going, just a little bit more, up, up one more, change simple to, I think it's all markup, yep. So I'll just walk through some of these. And equitable, this was an amendment that we had acted on, I think when Commissioner Lantelmi was chair. Let's scroll down to Article, I think 3. A lot of these are emendations. Why don't I just get you to scroll and I'll ask you to stop when we come to it. There we go. So, okay. Article 4.4, I think that one speaks for itself. Removing the 1/2 plus 1. Can you keep going, Ms. Johnson? Okay. Were there? I don't think that there were any edits in this last article. Can you go back up just a little bit? Mr. Fusorelli, we didn't have any edits that we had discussed in this subsection 9, right? Members of the commission and its committees may participate, ...
No, I think that's reflective of a recent amendment we made several weeks ago, but
okay.
No further edits on that piece.
Okay. Let me then, I had my laptop up and it died. Otherwise, I would have just been able to ask you to go straight to whatever. Let me just ask you to go, I think meetings and committees is where our action is going to be. So let's go to committees. Where's the hearings? Mr. Fusorelli, was hearings and meetings, that change was in meetings, wasn't it?
So no, Commissioner or Chair Weir, if we go back to Article 2, I believe. So I think there were some additional edits that we were working on, but did not make it into this version. So, but I think the potential edit here is in number 6, where it says the 3 consecutive monthly meetings of the commission, or 4 monthly meetings of the commission. I think there was a consideration to change meetings to hearings.
That's in Article 4, I believe.
Also 2.6.
Is it? Oh, 2.6? Okay. Right, of course.
2.6, I think, is
okay,
where. Yeah, and there are other instances of the word meeting throughout the bylaws that may also need to be changed to hearing, but not all instances of meeting, especially once you get to the committees and the subgroups provisions.
But in these two, in Article 2, Section 6, it's monthly hearings of the commission or is absent from any 4 monthly hearings of the commission within any 12-month period. So when we move to adopt these amendments, that change will be included.
Does it need to be changed now?
You might as well,
Okay.
and then we'll treat this as the canonical document. And then again in Article 4, Section 1, that was, Mr. Fusorelli, that was the one that you sent the screenshot of to me earlier. Ms. Johnson, can you go back up to Article 2? Yeah, it's 2 instances of monthly hearings. And then change regular meeting every 2 months to regular hearing.
Maybe special hearings or work sessions? Let's say line 1, Article 4.1, or would they in fact be special meetings?
In this case, it would probably be, well, I'm not ready to to make that change one way or the other without having thought through what the bylaws might have intended.
Two, there's, fix
Yeah.
that a regular meeting should be regular hearing.
That's the one, oh, okay.
Go down 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Fifth line, sixth line, fix that a regular meeting,
Yeah,
because that would be a hearing.
that would be a hearing. Yeah, one line above your cursor, Ms. Johnson, and,
Yeah,
yep.
you got it right there. The next one, paragraph, and it's scheduled at regular hearings, at its first hearing, following the hearing, which it's number 3.
Can you use your mic?
Can we, I want to get the ones that we've identified and then have a conversation about where the bylaws really refer to hearings and where they really refer to meetings, and then we can clean that up next month. I think you're right. I just want to,
Just see it right there.
I just want to, I want to close up the rabbit hole before we might be at the bottom of it, I don't know. Commissioner, or Mr. Fusarelli, there was one other that we had discussed, and again, I apologize, I lost my document.
No, Chair Weir, there was, I think, very recently considered language which would become the second sentence of Article 4,
Yep.
Item 1. And I can either, if it suffices, I can read it for the group, and then I can work with Ms. Johnson following the meeting to ensure this language is captured.
Yep.
But this is basically reflecting, I think, additional information from the Deputy County Attorney following a meeting with chairs, commission chairs several weeks ago. But the proposed language of the second sentence in number 1 would read, for the purposes of accounting for meetings attended consistent with applicable electronic meetings policies and statutes, any carryover meeting held is counted as a new meeting. And that gets to the point earlier that if we had a carryover September meeting tomorrow night, tonight's meeting and tomorrow's meeting would count as 2 meetings, not 1, for the purposes of that 25% restriction. Happy to repeat that language if needed. Otherwise, we will capture that for the record.
I'm satisfied with it being captured for the record. Commissioner Peterson, I want to turn to you. Those were the 2 edits to the text as we've received it that I wanted to make sure people were aware of. Commissioner Peterson, I want to turn to you about the process question for finishing the comment period before creating the SPRSGs. I do not think that needs to be captured in the bylaws. I think that that's sufficient to capture in terms of practice. If you agree, then we don't have anything to do. Great. And the issues about alternates and editing the roster after it's created are in our category of for further discussion. So we don't need to put policy or changes to the bylaws in place for that, especially since we think we have the foreseeable alternate related issues ironed out for the ones that we have to act on tonight. As far as the chair being present in person, this is the chair of the subgroup. I think that that's a practice and norm. I don't think that needs to be in the bylaws. Does anyone disagree? If there's no other questions that go to the language of the bylaws, I would entertain a motion to adopt as edited. Commissioner Schroll.
Can we come up with a new term that isn't SPRC SG? That's sort of a joke, but
I mean,
that's a lot to be saying each time, so.
That initialism is not
the process to come up.
The bylaw, the language in the bylaws is just subgroups, right? Like that initialism isn't in the bylaws, so.
Okay.
Commissioner
it's a lot of
Schroll, I
levels.
would suggest the term SPRC subgroup.
I like SPRC subgroup.
We'll workshop that.
Yeah, it's a lot. Okay. So entertaining a motion to adopt?
Commissioner Weir?
Yeah.
we don't currently have a quorum.
We do not, thank you. It doesn't matter. We need Nia back. It sounds like she had to looks like she might have had to use the restroom, so. Thank you.
You're welcome. I'm back.
Now's as good a time as any.
Okay, assuming that our bylaws are adopted this evening, we will, during my committee update, be adopting 3 rosters for meetings, subgroup meetings that were supposed to take place this month. One of them has been postponed to next month, but as I sent you all an email earlier today with my kind of committee update, but these changes shouldn't affect our actual workflow too much. You're still going to have your kickoff meeting with your staff contact. You're still going to be in charge of coming up with your roster with advice and recommendations from your staff liaison. There may be an additional person in the room from the communications team who will give their input and advice on if there's any neighborhood associations that we've missed, but you're still the one kind of doing the roster. Staff will work with you, partner with you to reach out to the people you'd like on your roster to invite them to participate. We're still working with staff about like the actual process for managing the RSVPs, which someone had brought up earlier, is how are we going to make sure that the right number of people are showing up in the room. So that's something we'll be working through over the next few months to make sure it runs smoothly, because we don't want to end up.
Okay, that actually raises another question I have. I'm doing the Boston Macy's, and we reached out to the Civic Association. We have a number of people who have been at the table. We also included some of the surrounding condos. We invited them. They are not showing. They've chosen not to participate, but it was important that they reached out to them. When we do the roster then, I would not include them, even though they were invited. And if they wanted to show, I would love to have them there, but I should not include them because they're not showing.
Correct. They wouldn't be on the roster, but if they showed up at the meeting, you could invite them to give their opinion during public comment.
Okay, and if they decide, they say, you know, we were invited, we want to participate, could I then go back and redo the roster?
Yeah, so then there is the ability to redo the roster at a future planning commission hearing where we say, hey, we've got 3 people that need to be substituted out, so let's do a motion as the hearing to edit the roster. This would possibly be more needed in a very long-term project. For example, when we did HQ2, that process lasted almost a year. But for hopefully shorter-term projects, we wouldn't need to be making amendments to rosters.
Thank you.
Now that we have Commissioner Bagley back, I'm going to insist that we act while we have a quorum. Thank you, Commissioner Peterson, for going through that. We'll come back to you if we have more on it. But I would entertain a motion to adopt the bylaws as edited, or the bylaw amendments as edited. Or can you make it? Entertain is a fancy way of asking if someone would please move it. Yeah.
Okay, fine. I move that we adopt the revised bylaws of the Planning Commission as they are proposed on the screen now.
Thank you. Sir, second. Thank you. Anyone wish to speak to it? Great. Commissioner Bagley?
Aye.
Commissioner Gearin and Hughes are absent. Commissioner Lantelmi?
Aye.
Commissioner Patel, if you're still on?
Aye.
Commissioner Peterson?
Aye.
Commissioner Sarli?
Aye.
Commissioner Schroll?
Aye.
Commissioner Peterson is absent. I vote aye. Motion carries 7-1. Thank you.
Peterson's
all.
here. I think you meant Steinberg.
I meant Steinberger is absent. Correcting the record, Commissioner Steinberger is absent. Commissioner Peterson's vote in favor is reflected and recorded. Motion carries 7-0. Thank you all again. I think that brings us, Madam Clerk, to any remaining committee reports. Commissioner Peterson, you circulated a report. Do you have anything else that you want to add? And then we should adopt the rosters.
No, just that I wanted to thank Commissioner.
Your mic's off.
I just wanted to thank Commissioner Bagley publicly, who's recently agreed to take on the Shirlington Village SPRC subgroup. Yes, I mentioned that we are now going to adopt some rosters, so I will do that now. Ms. Johnson, can you please share the roster for the Joyce Motors SPRC subgroup on the screen, please? Okay, colleagues, please have a look at the proposed SPRC subgroup roster for the Joyce Motors SPRC. I ask for your unanimous consent in approving this roster.
Without objection, the roster is approved.
Thank you. Ms. Johnson, can you please share the roster for Crystal Plaza 5 SPRC subgroup on the screen? That up. Colleagues, please have a look at the proposed SPRC subgroup roster for Crystal Plaza 5. I ask for your unanimous consent in approving the roster.
Without objection, the roster is adopted.
And finally, Ms. Johnson, can you please share the roster for Ballston Holiday Inn SPRC subgroup on the screen? Colleagues, please have a look at the proposed SPRC subgroup roster for Ballston Holiday Inn. I ask for your unanimous consent in approving this roster.
Without objection, the roster is adopted.
And that ends my committee report, unless anyone has any questions for the email I sent around earlier.
Not a question for you, that's great. I do have a question for staff on the kind of SPRC, new SPRC process, Mr. Chairman. Maybe this is better directed at Mr. Pfeiffer. So in preparing for the in-person SPRC next week on Crystal Plaza 5, staff have indicated that we have, a smaller room in room 715. I'm wondering how long that will be the case if we have bigger facilities available for some of the other SPRCs, maybe like the one that Commissioner Lantelmi is leading. Just interested on the those kind of logistics.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for that question, Commissioner Schroll. We're using room 715 right now. I think as folks have noticed, this building is under construction. We do anticipate that a number of new conference rooms will come online when that construction is completed, and we can start to utilize those. We also do have the option to look at, facilities that are off-site, if we think it's necessary in a case-by-case basis. For example, if we have a site plan project where we anticipate a considerable amount of participation in person, maybe we'll look at the Navy League facility or, some other off-site facility that we think can accommodate that number of people. At the moment, I think our thinking is that, even if every person on this roster shows up, room 715 should be able to handle that. I think we're anticipating considerable participation from the public remotely using Teams.
Okay, that's helpful. Yes, I know that, the building is under construction, so that's helpful. All right, thank you.
Can I make one final thing?
Please.
I just wanted to say thank you very much to Mr. Pfeiffer for working through this process with me over the last few months. He's done a lot of great work with me personally, and everybody else who's been working on this, thank you as well. But Mr. Pfeiffer has been my go-to guy, so thank you.
Hear, hear. Commissioner Lantelmi, LRPC.
We have some fairly big things coming up. We're going to be doing a joint missing middle with ZOCO. Do we have the date, Commissioner Sarley?
Yeah, it's October 6th.
October 6th. We're also going to be doing the Plan Lancaster Boulevard. That'll be coming up also. I don't have a date quite yet for that, but that is coming up this fall. Beyond that, we have a number of moved on to Tier 2 for, Millwood, which isn't scheduled yet, but that'll be coming up. Coming up at Tier 1 for 2500 Clarendon Boulevard, or Wilson Boulevard, I forget which one it's on. So that's not scheduled yet, but that'll be coming up. Sunrise, that'll be Tier 2, that's coming up also. That's Glebe Road, the Sunrise on Glebe Road. So I think those are the ones that I'm aware of right now. Am I missing any? Those are the ones I've gotten wind of. So, okay, that's it.
Did you mention the one that's adjacent to the Courthouse West? Or is that's not right? That's 2500, okay. Thank you. We just got part of the, oh, and you know what, Commissioner Peterson, I don't know that I actually included you in my round of thanks for the work on the bylaws amendments. It's just, it would not really have gotten to where it was without your persistent concern raising. And I mean that with all respect and admiration and gratitude. So thank you. Commissioner Sarli and or Commissioner Patel on ZOCO.
We have a ZOCO meeting coming up on next Tuesday. It's on, I think I'm a little too far. And that's going to be the Columbia Pike Bank of America plan. We're reviewing that. And then there's this micro facilities, which AED is going to be presenting at the ZOCO. And then we're also going to be hashing out what we've just talked about as the implementation on ZOCO. And then the other two for October, I want to flag that to this commission. As Commissioner Lintelmi mentioned, we have a co-LRPC ZOCO meeting on Missing Middle, and then that's on the 6th of October, and on the 17th, we're going to have a second session on Missing Middle that I think it's strictly ZOCO. And I've been starting to sort of hash out that subject, and there's just a lot to talk about. So we're hoping to bang it out in 2 weeks, in 2 meetings. But it's going to take a little bit of discipline and a little bit of effort. But that's it. Unless Commissioner Patel has anything else to add.
Thank you, Commissioner Sarli. I do not have anything to add. Thank you for providing the report.
Thank you.
Mr. Fusarelli, Mr. Pfeiffer, for the Bank of America ZOCO meeting, but also for the Missing Middle ZOCO/LRPC meeting, since there is not an impaneled LRPC subgroup, what, if any, opportunities for remote participation will members of the Planning Commission have, and will members of the general public have? The Missing Middle one is going to be a big one.
So if I understand the question correctly, for the Missing Middle ZOCO meeting coming up?
For the Columbia Pike,
the joint LRPC?
Yeah, for the bank, both for the Bank of America site on Columbia Pike next week, but then for the October 6th joint LRPC ZOCO on Missing Middle, where I think we're going to have a lot more public interest than a form-based code project on Columbia Pike will turn out. Will members of the public be able to participate and give feedback virtually, and will members of the Planning Commission be able to participate and give feedback virtually on both of these?
Based on the bylaws that have just been approved or adopted, so long as there are 3 members of the Planning Commission present at either of those meetings or both of those meetings, each of these meetings, members of the public are always able to participate remotely regardless. And the beyond the 3 commission members who are physically present in person, any other commission member can participate electronically so long as their request to do so is approved by the chair.
Even though it's not a subgroup, it's because it's a meeting of that committee.
Exactly.
Okay.
So the same, yeah, so the 3, correct. And so where the difference comes into play is, again, accounting for all the meetings held over the course of the year, the combined LRPC and ZOCO meeting and the ZOCO meeting that Commissioner Sarli mentioned for next Tuesday, those get grouped together with all other commission hearings over the course of the calendar year, any other ZOCO meetings, presuming they don't have a subgroup, and other LRPC meetings that don't have a subgroup. So the accounting for them is different, but the quorum requirement is the same, as long as you have 3 members physically in person.
Of the commission.
Of the commission.
Okay.
If there's not a subgroup.
So Leo and Jim, you've got your homework for whipping for whipping your attendees.
Quick follow-up. So it's a joint LRPC ZOCO meeting, so now do we have to have 6 members there?
We can get confirmation from the
Okay.
county attorneys on that, but I believe my interpretation of that would be 3 members.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
2 committees of the whole. We don't, I don't, until I can clone myself. Yeah. All right, thank you. So then, Commissioner Peterson, do you want to handle PFRC, or you can just say no report, not me?
Sure, I'm happy to give. We had our final Career Center PFRC meeting at the end of last month, at the end of August, and Commissioner Steinberger will be presenting the report from that meeting to the school board next month. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Hughes is not here, and I am the alternate to the AUG, but I do not have, I'm not in a position to give a report on that, other than I think to say that the next step in one of the projects that's going through is the Columbia Pike Bank of America, and we've already gotten an update on that coming meeting. The next order of business would be to adopt the minutes of our July 6 and 7 hearings. Those have been circulated. Does anyone have any corrections? Commissioner Schroll?
No corrections, but I know we normally try to do these by acclamation, and I was absent from the 7th, but I was here on the 6th, so.
So don't object, and then we won't have to parse them out.
Well, that'll be fine, Mr. Chairman.
Seek unanimous consent to adopt the minutes of our July 6 and 7 meetings. Without objection, the minutes are adopted. Thank you. The only other item of business that I have is to say thank you to someone who left us for a little bit and is back. And I have a card and some flowers for you.
Y'all really care about me. Thank you so much. That is really sweet.
We are very glad to have you back.
Thank
and
you.
We are glad that, and we're glad that you're able to be back.
Thank you. It's good to be back, for the most part.
Let me watch me kill this sunflower trying to get this stupid tag off. You know what? There's another way.
Thank you. It's really sweet. Thank you.
I believe, Madam Clerk, am I correct? That is all of our business. What I will conclude with, what I'll leave us with is just to say thank you to all of the staff and colleagues who were essential in making this meeting happen. Your contributions were greatly appreciated. I have actually stuff in writing that I want to say. So thank you, staff, applicants who are no longer here, members of the public who aren't here, for your consideration and patience. The items that were heard in this evening are expected to go to the county board. I had the dates and I lost them. On September 17th and potentially the 20th, probably just the 17th, we will be represented by Commissioner Sarli. So thanks again to Ms. Badger, Ms. Harrison, Ms. Johnson, Mr. Pfeiffer, and others. With that, the commission is adjourned, and we will not see you tomorrow night.
Great in-person meeting, guys.